Thank you. So will our moderator start us with change the background for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and just really briefly, a new feature that we're trying out tonight is live transcription. So there should be closed captioning option for those members in the public that wish to try that, and it will broadcast what's being said to text, just another accessibility feature. So with that, I will share the screen, and you may take it over for the Pledge of Allegiance, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda only. At this point, I do not know of any. I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand, so we will have no changes to today's agenda. Proclamations. Today we have a proclamation for Heart Safe Community, and it will be accepted by Ramona Faith, the CEO of the Petaluma Healthcare District. The city of Petaluma is, we're designating Petaluma as a heart-safe community. Whereas the Petaluma Healthcare District was formed in 1946 by the will of the people, with board members locally elected and accountable for improving the health and well-being of Southern Sonoma County. And whereas PHCD serves as the backbone organization for a community-wide Heart Safe Community Initiative in collaboration with Petaluma Fire Department and Rancho Adobe Fire District, Petaluma Save a Life, Save Lives Sonoma, Redcom 911 Dispatch, Petaluma Valley Hospital, and the American Heart Association to designate Petaluma as a heart-safe community. And whereas PHCD serves as a health action chapter and works in partnership with Hearts of Sonoma County to educate the community on heart health strategies. And whereas the goal of the Heart Safe Community Program is to increase survival rates and reduce disability from sudden cardiac arrest by strengthening our community's response to cardiac emergencies through CPR, AED certification and training, strategic AED installation, AED maintenance, promoting heart health education, and following the American Heart Association's link in the cardiac chain of survival, such as immediate recognition of cardiac arrest and activation of the emergency response system, early cardiopulmonary resuscitation, with an emphasis on chest compressions, rapid defibrillation with the goal of collapse to shock within 3 to 5 minutes, effective advanced life support, integrated post-cardiac arrest care. And whereas cardiovascular disease is the #1 cause of death in Sonoma County, and sudden cardiac arrest can happen anywhere at any time, at any age, and a heart-safe community action plan was developed and implemented that has met established criteria for designation that supports the chain of survival, such as community education on the signs and symptoms of heart attack, the importance of calling 911, widespread community-based bilingual CPR and AED instruction, public access defibrillators, AED maintenance plan, and developing a sustainability redesignation plan for the community. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the City Council, do hereby continue to designate Petaluma as a heart-safe community and encourage all residents to learn the links in the chain of survival and other life-saving techniques to increase the chances of survival in the event of cardiac arrest. So is Ramona here today to make a comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Good.
I am here. Hello. Thank you so much. You did a great job reading that long, all that verbiage. But I want to thank you and the City Council Board for the proclamation and continuing our designation as a heart-safe community. We take great pride in assuring that Petaluma remains a heart-safe community. And all of our schools are heart safe. We have many businesses that are heart safe. And what that means is that there's people trained to respond appropriately to a sudden cardiac arrest. There's access to AEDs, and we make sure that the AEDs are ready to, that they're working well and ready to respond the way that they need to respond. So we continue to strengthen our program and grow our program. This last year with COVID, we have not been able to offer as many community-based classes, obviously, but we are ready to roll that out as soon as we go from, I believe, purple to red. And we are continuing, obviously, to offer it to all the employers and employees that require it for their work. So Tammy Bender is the manager of the program. She is also attending this meeting, and I just want to appropriately acknowledge Tammy for the great work that she has done to strengthen our program. So thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing to serve the community.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. Tammy, did you want to say something?
Sure. I just want to say that Petaluma is doing great. We have so many community survivors with people who, you know, they collapse out in the community at a health club or tennis court or wherever, and we have great response and survivors. And a great part of that is the community knowledge of CPR and the overwhelming amount of defibrillators that we have out distributed. So it's wonderful. So we want to keep building or expanding, like Ramona said, and thank all of you for your support. It's really a wonderful, wonderful program. So thank you.
Well, thank you both. We really appreciate it because we all know that we may need it or someone we love may need it. And one of our council members knows that personally. But at any rate, and I'm also really glad to see that this program is expanding into being bilingual. I think that is really a wonderful thing for us and getting more and more of our community involved. So thank you both very much. So with that, we're going to go on to general public comment. City Clerk, have there been any general public comment items received by the clerk's office?
Madam Mayor, we received one general public comment, which is posted to the website with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And Moderator Patrick, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sharing my screen. We're going to give people 30 seconds in which to raise their hand. So we'll start that now. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and they're not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes, sorry, subject to the council's discretion. And just as a reminder, the time is up now. Members of the public attending online and by phone, please raise your hand. I'm just going to make a note of the last person on there now that our time has expired. Okay. Please raise your hand in Zoom or press 9 if you're participating, star 9 if you're participating by phone. Attendings will be muted when their time expires or when their comments have concluded, whichever comes first. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from the meeting. And with that, I will set a timer for 2 minutes because we have 22 speakers. And actually, I believe that's set for 2 hours, so that is way too long. Bear with me just 1 second. That still didn't work. I apologize. Oh, there it is right here. Okay. Make that one big. First speaker is Scott Springhorn, followed by John Hanania. Scott, I will allow you to talk and you can unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. Citizens, city staff, and the city council all want what is best for Petaluma. This includes having the best ordinances for the city to stand behind, especially when it comes to wireless facilities in Petaluma. Citizens have been appropriately asking the city council to ensure that we review, strengthen, and make our wireless ordinances the strongest they can be. The city has hired a telecom law firm and has been working with them for over 5 months now. If the city continues to work with or rehires this company, or Trip May, they are knowingly working with a bad character who is a conflict of interest. Worst part is the city knows that this is the case. Citizens have voiced and sent in evidence to city staff that details the bad character, conflict of interest, how they are aligned with cell tower developer interests, and that they have misguided many cities in the country, including ours. There's a simple and quick answer to deal with this. We again ask the council to hire the best telecom lawyer in the country to work with our city attorney and staff to review and strengthen our current ordinances now. Adding the best knowledge there is to our city staff only helps us to get the best ordinances possible. In the end, we all win. If anything, this is a positive thing so we can ensure that without doubt that the new ordinances put our citizens and city first. Wireless companies will try to come in again, and we need to get these ordinances completed as soon as possible. This issue must be dealt with immediately so that wireless companies cannot try to put up new towers before these new ordinances get put in place. Using top professionals in the country to help assist our city is smart planning and will only help us all. This will also make it so that Petaluma's wireless ordinances will be some of the strongest in the country. That is something that all Petalumans can get behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Jared Spires. John, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening. Rules and regulation and policies and procedure are put in place for everyone. And when the staff doesn't follow rules and regulation and just their response to the public, they got responded to, and the public come to you, the governing body, and some of you are very highly educated and practicing law, and the difference between hearsay and a fact, and all you can hear back from those people you got responded to when there's nothing at all. I know for a fact there's some of you right now asking the city manager and Eric Danley something to back up what they're saying, and it's been weeks now, and they haven't been able to respond to the city council, who are asking your staff for a response. It doesn't say much about you guys when you ignore the issues. I did a public record request for the last 3 months for the citation that was issued to the public by the police. You won't believe the number of the citation that the staff themselves, especially the police department staff, are committing on a daily basis. Daily. And basically what I'm hearing from the staff, especially your city manager, okay, that I should believe the staff that there's nothing wrong, there's no double standard, and my eyes that seeing everything are lying to me. It doesn't make sense. So you guys need to give direction to your staff. The rules and regulation are to be followed for everybody equally. You cannot manipulate the system. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker is Jared Spires, followed by John McTaggart. Sorry about the pronunciation there. Jared, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Samantha. I'm actually Jared's wife. I apologize for that. It's time for the city to act on reviewing, strengthening, and approving our wireless ordinances to protect the city now and in the future. Citizens have been stating for months the conflict of interest and bad character regarding telecom law firm, who the city has been working with now for some time. Citizens have spoken and given evidence that telecom law firm has an industry bias and conflict of interest, is aligned with cell tower developer interests, has misguided the city of Petaluma on the Creamery project, and has a record of misguidance of many other cities in the country. The city knows this information and cannot work with them any longer. If nothing is done and we allow TLF to misguide us, then that opens up a host of negative issues and problems for years to come. There's a simple and quick answer. We again ask the council to hire the best telecom lawyer in the country to work with our city attorney to review and strengthen our current ordinances. Adding the best knowledge there is to our city staff only helps all of us to get the best ordinances possible. In the end, we all win. Wireless companies will try to come in again, and we need to get these ordinances completed as soon as possible. This issue must be dealt with immediately. We all want what is best for Petaluma, and there should be no issues with hiring the best to do the best work possible. City council, city attorney, city manager, and citizens should all be working on this item together and have the same vision for doing what is best for our city. Please do not delay any longer on this issue. We need the best telecom lawyer in the country who has a record of protecting cities and their citizens to work with our city staff to get these ordinances stronger and approve them in a timely manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments tonight. And the next speaker is John McIntyre, followed by Jenny Griffo. John, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, Mayor Barrett, Vice Mayor Barnacle, and council members. My name is John McIntyre, and I'm lucky enough to serve the men and women of International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 551, as the business manager. That's the local electrical union, also known as IBEW Local 551. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on what we believe is important to the sustainability of our community. I want to talk to you about opportunity. We need opportunity for our younger folks to see that there is a future for them here in Sonoma County. Too many of the kids today don't believe that they have a sustainable life here. Even the Sonoma County school superintendent said 70% of the kids graduating this year and next, that's our juniors and seniors, 70% of them don't see a future for themselves here in Sonoma County. They don't see themselves owning a home, raising a family, helping their kids do their homework, having their kids go to schools they went to as kids. They don't see any of that. How could they? Everything is so expensive. They're getting priced right out of the market before they even have a chance to dip their toes into the market. The Petaluma City Council could show their support for the community in many, many ways, including believing in strong state certified apprenticeship programs, guaranteed upward mobility, guaranteed wages, benefits and pensions that will show the community that there is a future for them here in Sonoma County. A future that includes not having to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. A future that means only having to work 40 hours a week to provide for you and your family. A future that includes healthcare for you and your family. A future that includes a pension that will allow you to retire with dignity, still having the ability to hold your grandkids and swing a golf club. This is the future that the apprenticeship program allows you to dream of and work towards. More opportunity for more community members. How can we ask future workforce to plan to stay here when we do not take advantage of the opportunities staring us right in the face? I hope and ask that you will make union apprenticeship programs a priority in this coming year. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, John. The next speaker is Jenny Griffo, followed by Ty Hudson. Jenny, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to Peggy Flynn, the entire City Council, the Petaluma City School Board and President Joanna Pond, the Mayor Teresa Barrett, and the countless Petaluma City staff who have been working hard to move our city and our schools forward. I see the hard work you are doing. I see the thoughtful steps you are taking, and it matters during this hard time. The main point I'd like to make tonight is that it is critical that the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Police Department act in solidarity and support of the Petaluma City School Board and District in ensuring that there is a unified message and unified response to instances of off-campus hate harassment by students of our Black, Asian, Latino, and LGBTQ communities. As soon as the board began talking about off-campus behavior, the extreme harassment of them began and has now spiraled into attacks on the board for the response to school reopening. These attacks on the board are targeted at both the board and district offices. These attacks are veiled in the argument of the need to reopen schools, but when these layers are pulled back, one can see the underlying white supremacy and racism apparent. As a mother and a former teacher, I also desperately want our schools to reopen, but not this way, not through intimidation, not through threats of violence. I urge the public to reconsider the us versus them mentality they are taking with educators and work together to solve the barriers to reopening. Working together, we can ensure increased community safety and set a tone in our town that instances of hate and harassment will not stand. I urge the City Council to consider ways in which they can partner with the school board to move our town forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Jenny. Next speaker is Ty Hudson, followed by Eileen Morris. Ty, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett and council members. I'm Ty Hudson with Unite Here Local 2850, the hotel workers union in the North Bay and East Bay. As you may know, the hospitality industry has been one of the hardest hit by mass layoffs due to the pandemic. As business, convention, and leisure travel have nearly shut down, most hotels are operating with a tiny fraction of their staff, and some are shut down entirely. At the beginning of the pandemic, our union's membership across North America was 98% laid off, and nearly a year later, we're still about 75% laid off. Surviving the pandemic has been difficult enough, but many hotel workers now fear that their lives may never go back to normal. Most hotel workers, including union members and non-union workers, have no guarantee that they will be able to go back to their old jobs when the economy recovers. Even as the vaccine offers the promise that business will return to the hotels, many hotel workers, even those with many years of service to their employers, fear they will be left behind. The right to recall and worker retention ordinances that we've proposed would provide these workers some hope. The right to recall ordinance would require employers at hotels with more than 50 rooms to offer open positions to the employees who held those positions prior to the pandemic in order of length of service. And the worker retention ordinance would ensure that workers keep their jobs if ownership of the hotel changes. At one local hotel, the Sheraton, the owner or management company has changed several times in just the last few years. And because of the turmoil in the hotel industry this past year, we expect many properties to be changing hands. These are common sense ordinances that don't cost employers anything. They merely allow people to keep their jobs and recover from the pandemic as their employers recover. Cities all over California, from Oakland to San Diego, have recently passed similar ordinances. So please throw hotel workers a lifeline by prioritizing these ordinances and passing them as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Next speaker is Eileen Morris, followed by Kylie Giovando. Eileen, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett and City Council. I wanted to start my comment today just talking about a few of the reasons that I'm very proud to live in Petaluma. And that is that I think that this city has displayed a commitment to the dignity of all workers and really wants to further opportunities for people. Since I've been council watching, the city passed a living wage ordinance, and recently the city was a leader in raising the minimum wage, which is a transformative thing. And then you've also used your development review powers and your powers of investing public funds to ensure that good jobs are created, to ensure that workers have the right to organize for themselves, to create good jobs for themselves. And most notably, the city did that with the Sheraton. And so in that same spirit of, dignity and opportunity, I want to encourage you to agendize and pass the ordinance, the worker retention ordinance. And I think it's sad that the hotel is not acting in the spirit with which the support of the community has been given. But I hope that you will use all the powers that you have to ensure that these workers will not be starting again from square one. The hospitality industry is so important to this county, this city, and we couldn't do it without these employees. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eileen. Next speaker is Kylie Giovando, followed by Joe Zepp. Kylie, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kylie Giovando. I'm born and raised in Petaluma. The fairgrounds mean a lot to me and my family for many reasons, but a main one is the fair. I have grown up going to the fair, and now it's my children's turn. They are all involved in 4-H, and it's been a big part of their upbringing. I would really be sad to see something so important to them be taken away. If this community meeting place gets taken away, what will be done with it? What will happen the next time another fire happens and people need a place to go with their animals? Please don't rush into making a permanent decision without truly talking to your community members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Kylie. The next speaker is Joe Zepp, followed by Tricia Ingerson. Joe, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening. You know, I come here with some messages from the community. You know, there's people that are concerned and are afraid to talk out about the loss or possible loss of our fairgrounds. The Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds is not only a location that we have a great activity that shows responsibility for our children to learn responsibility and so many other great opportunities. So I guess my big thing that I'd like to talk about is what the city has planned with the area. You know, we haven't really heard any discussion from the city council as what they would like this area to be if it wasn't a fairgrounds. It sounds like there's mixed ideas of mixed use, high density housing, and different uses of that nature. My concern is if we are already doing a lot of high density housing throughout the city, you know, we're also going to need locations like the fairgrounds that double as parks and recreational areas and meeting locations. You know, there's so many opportunities that this fairgrounds provides to us that are beyond just a fair. There's grandstand areas, there's agricultural areas, there's the different schools that are taking place here. There's restaurants and coffee shops. The list goes on how many businesses that this support. And, you know, sometimes we don't even know what where all the money goes that is created from the support of the fairgrounds. It's really great.
I'm sorry, Joe, I had to cut you off there. Your 2 minutes was up. Next speaker is Tricia Ingerson, followed by Deborah. Tricia, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Tricia Ingerson, and I grew up in Petaluma along with the rest of a huge family, and I'm also a co-community leader for 4-H. Our fairgrounds is very important to not only my family, but the rest of our community. And that doesn't only speak for Petaluma, it's also Marin and all of Sonoma County. Since COVID, our community's voice has been taken away. Our community needs to be able to have a say in what happens with the fairgrounds, and nothing should be rushed with the planning. We urge you to create and execute a long-term lease with the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Tricia. Next speaker is Deborah, followed by Chip Atkin. Deborah, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Deborah Moreta, and I'm here with my husband.
My name is Don Moreta. I'm a 4th generation dairyman in the Petaluma area. And I just want to say that the fairgrounds has helped a lot of the businesses that we all enjoy here in Petaluma, whether it be the mechanics in town, pump and well people, tire people. They all came and showcased, learned things at the fairgrounds, showing off what they have built in high school. A little competition is good and helps everybody learn where they are and helps promote good people in Petaluma here.
I'm also here with my niece.
Angelica Smith. I've lived here my entire life. And my boyfriend.
Noah Cordova, and I've lived here for the past 5 years.
So along with that, we are a lifetime resident of Petaluma and have spent many hours with having our children being 4-Hers and me as a leader and showing our animals and helping guide many children to a respectful and appreciative way with animals and themselves at the fair. Along with rodeos and hardtop race cars, other events in the grandstand areas that gave hundreds of people a place to meet and greet. I have many friends and family that have a huge interest in keeping the fairgrounds. Many reasons are a combination of diverse activities, and it helps keep people entertained and happy and brings the community together. People is still considers this a small town. And the small town feeling is still there because of things like the fairgrounds. Take that away, and there's no getting it back, and we'll be like another large, cold shoulder town. I ask you, why in the world would you ever want to take that small town feeling away? Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Sorry I cut you off right there, and thank all 4 of you for your comments tonight. Next speaker is Chip Atkin, followed by Susan Oakes. Chip, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Chip Atkin, a 34-year resident of this fine city. I urge the City Council to agendize, review, and pass a workers' right to recall and retention ordinance for hotels larger than 50 rooms. As many as 80% of the frontline workers of these hotels have been laid off, most being low-wage workers, people of color, and women. This is the cohort we've heard so much about in the news that have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID pandemic and the economic downturn. Presently, these workers lack a guarantee of rehire when the economy improves. I've heard stories of people being assured that they have seniority and will be called back to work, yet the employer hired a new worker to replace an injured worker. In another case, the employer asked the employee to return his uniform, which would not be necessary if he was going to return to work. I understand that at the last meeting in December, the former city council asked the city staff to research and draft such an ordinance. As the vaccine rapidly expands, it's time to plan for recovery. For fairness, it's important to ensure that these workers are not overlooked and have a right to reclaim their jobs. In fact, the most rapid way to recovery is to rehire workers who know the job and are in their particular employer's operations. These workers take pride in their work and they love this community. They need to be retained. 8 cities in California have already passed such ordinances. It's time for Petaluma to lead the way in the North Bay by ensuring the recovery comes to those who need it the most. Thanks.
Thank you, Chip. Next speaker is Susan Oakes, followed by Paige Henderson. Susan, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. As a 49-year resident of Petaluma, I'm speaking tonight to voice my concern for our unhoused community members. Even though I have known about this population for many years, I have recently been made aware of various challenges for this group. I learned that most of these folks are not homeless, they are houseless. Their home, defined as where one sleeps and keeps your belongings, is their car, their tent, or a space. A few of these folks have jobs and can't afford rent. And yes, some have mental health and substance abuse issues, which are better addressed once someone has safe shelter. We are lucky in Petaluma to have COTS and the job they do to find shelter for folks on the way to finding permanent housing. And with COVID, they have had to reduce the number of beds they provide. And with COVID, some folks are hesitant to be inside with others. And with COVID, as someone loses their job and then loses their home, this population is increasing. From what I have heard from third parties, as well as speaking with an unhoused person personally, I learned that many of these folks are rousted from a spot and told to move on. I asked, to where? I think immediately there needs to be one, stop the sweep as recommended by the CDC during COVID. And number two, a sanctioned campground where these individuals can be and feel safe and not in jeopardy of being moved by the police or harassed by individuals. If porta potties, hand washing stations, and other services were available at encampment, it would not only benefit the folks at the camp, but also the surrounding neighbors, since poo and other debris would be contained. This will take the will to work on the issue from the community, and of course money, which now we have some more available from the measures passed in November. The homepage on the city's website says diversity, equity, inclusion, taking steps to ensure a safe and inclusive environment for all who live here. I say that includes our houseless people too. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Paige Henderson, followed by Shalina M. Paige, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, Mayor Barrett and the members of City Council. My name is Paige Henderson, and I'm a lifetime Petaluma resident, as well as on the board of the Sonoma County Tenants Union. I'm here today in solidarity with workers at the Sheraton Hotel to give a statement on how our hotel workers are lacking protection in Sonoma County in the midst of a pandemic and how that will affect our community. Our community has been bolstered in recent years by hospitality, as it makes up one of our biggest industries. Yet it's also the industry hit hardest by the pandemic. And the people right here now are about to take the blunt of this travesty, are the workers that hold this community together. The Sheraton Hotel is staffed by women and people of color, as well as people that, and they are the people that got hit hardest by in their communities during the pandemic, with a huge number of their friends and family dying. And it is also a travesty that we are demanding yet again that they're the ones that should feel the economic impact for our lack of leadership at the state, federal, and local level. It is our civic responsibility here today to contest that. These workers must be supported just like any other member in our community and not be treated unfairly or differently. To have them laid off is inexcusable, and that's why I'm urging this county to pass the proposed right to recall and worker retention ordinances so that these communities can have the bare minimum decency of the potential of security once this pandemic is over. Unless this happens, it will further lead to poverty in our community and further displacement. The loss of jobs has always been combined with the loss of housing, with evictions and foreclosures just around the corner as moratoriums end, and workers are struggling to get any sort of job back. I don't want to see these exemplary community members go housing insecure or worse, homeless, because we failed to support them in their time of need when they trusted us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Next speaker is Shalina M., followed by George Canseco. Shalina, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, this is Shalina Moreta. I would like to say thank you to the City Council and everyone for hosting these meetings and giving us a voice. I grew up in Petaluma, and I have proceeded to travel all over the world for my career of racing motorcycles. I am also a co-founder of an organization who has used the fairgrounds to evacuate thousands of animals during the fires. I am a product of the community environment of this town, and the Petaluma values the fairgrounds helped to teach. I've seen firsthand how important it is to have a space like the fairgrounds where the community comes together. It's something that a town like Petaluma is blessed to have because it allows for community involvement, and that sense of community is like nothing else can. If you take it away, you're not just taking it from farmers, but you are causing just a little more separation between the roots of Petaluma and its future. Give us a list of wants and needs so that we can make improvements or expand as necessary. Let the community have a say in what happens with the fairgrounds. You guys represent us, and we want to feel represented. Most of my friends around the city have no idea that there's any risk of losing the fairgrounds at all. And the number one thing I hear when I inform people is why. Nobody wants to see it gone. It's a part of our lives and something very positive for this generation and future ones. If you do away with the fairgrounds, there's no going back. We would like to see the council come up with a long-term lease, and we'd like to see this lease executed. We want to see everyone in the community be able to give valuable input, just like we had planned on doing pre-COVID. Just because we can't meet in person doesn't mean this is no longer important. Please hear our voices and involve the community. This is too important to all of us and our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Shalina. Next speaker is George Canseco, followed by Taryn Obaid. George, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, this is George Canseco. I've been working at the Sheraton for 3+ years, but since COVID, since the past 11 months, I've been unemployed, and it's been hard for me because I need to help my parents with the income. And second of all, I built many great relationships with the workers there. We're all like a family, but mostly I built relationships with the guests. I got close with people there, very friendly, elder people that stay there a lot. They're very nice. They always loved me when I was there to help them out with a smile. And I just love to come back if you guys would put a step in and help us get us our job back, because it would help out a lot. Just living in Sonoma County, Sheraton's a place I would love to come back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, George. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Sarah from Tide. Taryn, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. For over a month now, citizens have been unsuccessful in our repeated attempts to engage with city staff regarding updating our wireless ordinance. All of our emails and phone calls to staff for over a month now have been ignored and unanswered. Every last one of them. We have been completely shut out. Please stop shutting us out. Please allow us to engage with our own government. We want to work with the city to make our ordinance as strong as possible. The ordinance will be better if citizens are heard. Please consider just 3 examples of the high value input already provided by citizens. First, staff was unaware that the creamery was a historic landmark. Can you believe that? We pointed that out, and the fact that preempted any application for a major facility, and therefore Verizon had to then change their application. It was citizens who pointed that out to staff. 2, staff didn't know it's the city's legal right to demand proof that a gap in phone call service existed. That was the drive test we were pushing for. The city did not know what a drive test was. We were happy to help with that. Thirdly, it is citizens who pointed out that once approved, the FCC allows the cell tower antenna to be increased in height by 20 feet and for equipment to be added with quote unquote, no limited cumulative impact without any permit hearing from the city. Please end this practice of shutting out good faith citizens, shutting us out of our government. Petalumans want a city that works when it is committed to its community, the will of the people, and the universal truth that we are, in fact, better if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Taryn. Next speaker is Sarah from Tide, and our last speaker will be Janice. And for those of you in the audience that have your hands raised up after the 30-second timer expired, please feel free to send your comments to the city clerk at cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. Thank you. Sarah, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. My name is Sarah. I'm representing TIDE, which is the Team for Inclusivity, Diversity, and Equity, focusing primarily on Petaluma schools. Also, thank you to all the educational leaders that are here today, all the superintendents, principals, teachers, and families that are here. I wanted to thank you for City Council and Mayor for your response to the Ad Hoc Community Advisory Committee and the plans that you have to move forward with this being led and facilitated by Tracy Webb. The committee, thank you for moving forward with the committee. It is vital that the 3 pillars of our public leadership, being education, City Council, and the police, move forward to support our communities to combat systemic racism in all of our public spaces, in all of our community. We look forward to using your responses that you have in item 5A as a baseline with which to work from and move forward to be a leader in Sonoma County so that our leadership will be the people who represent the community leading our community. It is vital that we have everyone here supporting one another, that the city council support the schools and support the school boards, that the police do the same, and that the education system support the schools and the police as well. So I look forward to being a part of this conversation. Thank you for moving this forward, and may we do so more and progressively and in a way that matches all of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker is Janice, and that'll be our final speaker. Janice, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking. Janice, are you there? Janice, are you there? I don't seem to see a response from Janice, so Madam Mayor, we're going to turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And I did see that there was a long line of people who had raised their hands, and hope that you will actually send your comments to our city clerk, and they will be forwarded to us. So with that, before we're going to go to council comment, I think our city manager would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment to the folks that were interested in the right to recall ordinance. We have received that ordinance from our North Bay Labor Council partners. And now that we have more assistance in the city attorney's office, our city attorney is turning his attention to review that. So we will be able to have more on that in the coming weeks.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. And before we go to council comments, our city clerk has asked each of the council members to email her your preliminary recommendations or votes for committee and commission appointments that will be discussed later under item 5B under new business. So if you haven't already done that, would you please do that either before or after you make your council comment? So with that, I will go to council comments, and I will start with Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So one liaison report, the Airport Operations Subcommittee, which I did not previously realize I was even a member of, met last Thursday. And the one thing that will be of interest to the council is that the airport is being told by the FAA that there are about 100 poplar trees at Rooster Run, I guess fairly close to the clubhouse, that are higher than they should be. And the airport is looking for grant funding from the FAA to either remove them or top them. And apparently the FAA is quite a stickler on these issues. I suggested that topping would be much more appropriate and well received at City Hall than removing the trees would be. So that's something to be aware of. And then I was going to also talk about the right of recall, because we did talk about that several weeks ago, and I was wondering if staff can commit to a date. I would like it if staff could commit to a date, because that's something that really just can't drag out. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I just want to start by noting how many folks we have on the call tonight. We had over 120 from the public side at one point. That's great to have such public participation. I did also want to make another a side comment here. Racism and awareness is on the council and community agenda. And sometimes this can be seen from different perspectives. Take, for instance, privilege, how some have it and some do not have it. A friend of mine has a housing issue and crowdsourced for a good attorney to assist them. Just in that statement, is a bucket of privilege. Not that it's wrong, but it's just not equal. What if no life experience had told you that an attorney was someone who would help you? What if paying for your problems to get solved seemed out of reach? What if you didn't live in an internet accessible world? What if you thought you were alone, that the system didn't work for you? That's the difference between the view of privilege and the view of systemic racism. We need to be aware. My committee assignments, the continuum of care, the county's HUD required system of care regarding homelessness. Everyone's looking for focused leadership regarding this, a strategy to address homelessness. We had the ad hoc of city members meet recently to see what good could come forward from cities pushing together on this county group. At the mayors and councils meeting, this was a topic of questioning of the county supervisor who presented at that meeting. And Wednesday, the Continuum of Care Board meets to commit $3 million of government program money into the existing programs. This is 30% less than last year. So there'll be a challenge to sustain all the existing programs we have for homelessness. We also had discussions with the Downtown Streets program that Petaluma, and I want to credit staff for this, that Petaluma has brought to town to work on Petaluma's homeless issues. And from the report out, you could tell what leadership really looked like. I'm hoping that program expands and franchises in our county, but that's a program that's working. Also, the PBAC, Petaluma Bicycle and Advisory Committee met, and one of the key topics is that there was a bike share program that's being brought to town, so we get e-bikes at smart stations, and there's a subcommittee between the Transit Committee and PBAC. I'm sure the transit rep will want to say something, but it's changed providers and it's been delayed and COVID's delayed it, but they're still talking about a fall rollout. So the placement in Petaluma of the bikes will soon be a topic at various other committees and community efforts. Also, the hot topic at that committee is our sidewalks. They're so bad. What can we do about them? How can we have a walkable community if the sidewalks are that bad? But on the good side, we talked about how the new McDowell paving project will place sidewalks on the stretch of McDowell where paving is getting done. So that's a real plus. I do want to note the Fairgrounds Ad Hoc Committee of this council met February 8th, and we discussed the due diligence necessary to assess the property's liability remediation path. We had staff send out an email to tenants to assure them they'll be kept in the loop for communications of steps forward. And we received a request from the Fairs ad hoc group to have a joint meeting soon, and hopefully we can schedule that. And just to remind that the goal stated in the January 2020 public meeting was that the two ad hoc groups would develop an outreach plan that could be brought back to each of their respective boards for those boards' approval. And that's still the intention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think before I get into my details, I'm a little bit hoarse here. I'm just for the public, I had a bit of surgery on Friday afternoon, and if I get up and move around during the course of your comment later on, or maybe even go to a video blank, it's not a comment on what you're saying. It's something I need to do tonight in order to participate. So with that comment, I just want to make sure no one's offended by my not being my square full time. I did have several liaison reports to bring forth. I will follow up with Councilman McDonald. We did have the ad hoc committee meeting for the fairgrounds. I don't really have more to add to what he noted. And I think the city manager may have some comments with respect to that as well tonight. I was extremely impressed with our meeting with the Downtown Streets folks in terms of what's been accomplished so far. And it's clear that there's a lot more that needs to be done. But I I think that has been a good step forward from the city. It's been in place, I'm going to say about a year, if I'm remembering correctly, maybe 13 months. And I think it is a good step in the right direction and had some very positive concrete results. The Sonoma Clean Power Board met in early February. We elected our chair and vice chair, Melanie Bagby of Cloverdale, who had been the vice chair, was elected chair. I was elected vice chair for the coming year for both of those. We had a lot on our agenda, but one of the main things we discussed was continuing with the public outreach regarding how to fill the Evergreen power source items as Evergreen expands. The city of Santa Rosa has already voted to join Evergreen a while back, and I think they're going to be up and running in the coming months. So the program has to expand to have more electricity to supply to the Evergreen customers. And there was a wide range of outreach, and it covered a lot of area. We will probably address some of this on item 4A. But there was a couple of letters that referenced biomass that the council received today. And while there was some discussion about biomass, there was nothing concrete taken with respect to any of the sources that were suggested. And that discussion and outreach is going to continue for the next few months. And with respect to biomass, I suspect more than that. It's a fairly complicated issue. And there was not a decision to be made by the Sonoma Clean Power Board on February 4th with respect to it or any of the other power sources. The one power source, or one of the power sources that I'd like to see the Evergreen portfolio expand into is wind. I think it would provide a lot more variety to what we have in existence. And that seems to be something that is fairly well favored in the community. So I'm hopeful that that'll move in that direction. I'd also like to state that I appreciate our staff member, Patrick Carter, who has regularly been in attendance to Sonoma Clean Power Board meetings for months now. And I think that is a real advantage for the city to hear directly on the reporting that goes on there, as opposed to just through me. I think that's an important step in a good direction. And I know Patrick has already made several comments at these meetings that I think are very cogent both to our work here in the city and at the agency. And a couple of other programs that were discussed: the electric bike program launching in March, providing incentives for up to 200 electric bicycles to low-income customers. Excuse me. Sonoma Clean Power partnering with Terra Verde Energy to offer financial and technical feasibility assessment for battery storage systems at no cost to K-12 schools in Sonoma and Mendocino counties. So those are two of the primary programs we discussed last month, or I guess it was about 3 weeks ago. Transit Advisory Committee held its first meeting of the calendar year, and there was a broad-based discussion on goals and objectives for the calendar year. Ridership, as has been reported in 2020 and continues to be reported in 2021, is down, largely due to COVID. Paratransit ridership is down, but not as substantial as regular ridership. Paratransit is down approximately 21% year to date. And one of the things that I raised, and others as well, I believe, is in order for our transit to work, we have to, once COVID moves behind us, is to figure out ways to increase our ridership. You know, we talk regularly about transit-oriented development, and our transit is our buses, by and large. And not to exclude SMART. SMART is obviously a very significant piece of our transit. But within our city boundaries and within our region, buses are really what are going to move people. So I had some suggestions that I posed. But if anyone on the council or in the community has suggestions on increasing ridership, please, you're welcome to pass those along to me as well. because I think it's vital that we do that. So that's my report for this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations, Councilmember King, on being Vice Chair of Sonoma Clean Power and speedy recovery. So I have a number of report outs as well. I had my first meeting as a member of the North Bay Water Recycling Agency today. Felt like I was one new person in a field of several people who had been there for a decade to 3 decades, I think. No, 14 years in service. So I have a lot of learning to do. And the group right now is in the process of deciding if there's going to be new projects that we bring forward. Petaluma has already made a couple of amendments to our proposed projects. So don't exactly know the specifics of that, but I will be coming up to speed on it. I had my meeting with the Parks and Rec Commission. We heard an update on Measure M. We also heard the results of the Bond Park survey. It was a lot of support to keep the turtle at Bond Park. So hopefully we can meet the community's request for that. I had a small orientation today for the Ag and Open Space Advisory Committee that I was appointed to recently. Not much to report out on that other than it's exciting time to be looking at the Ag and Open Space as we move into implementing the Vital Lands Initiative. I also had a meeting with the Downtown Streets team. I was impressed by the work that they've done to date and their plans for expansion and some of the ways that they're looking at structuring data to try and better serve our unhoused population. I do continue to share what Sue Oakes mentioned in her comment with the question of where do they go? Because we're going to be moving them, but if we can't answer where they can go, it's not a real solution. So I'm excited about all the progress that's being made, and I just think we can keep grappling with that question. Let's look here. I too would like to see the right to recall come forward, and I'm not going to be such a stickler for the timeline on that, but I definitely agree that it's something that we should be doing to protect those workers. I also want to echo what Mr. McIntaggart said, that supporting our apprenticeship programs and the projects that we do is really important. We talk a lot about affordable housing, but we also need to be talking a lot about good jobs, and apprenticeship programs and skilled and trade workforce, things like that are all important as we think about making a economically sustainable community. And I certainly hope we couple our green energy initiatives, and we have a couple of them on the agenda tonight where I'll be asking about that. But I think it's just really important that we look at our climate efforts as job creation efforts as well. And then finally, to the people who spoke on the fairgrounds, I hope that, Peggy, hope you can make a few comments to clarify some of the things that may have fallen out from since the fairgrounds item was on the agenda regarding the lease term and when that comes up, and then just maybe a little bit of process in terms of when we might see the fairgrounds ad hoc come back in, so that people know when they can plug back in and just have assurances that we're not moving forward with ending the fair anytime at all. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 liaison assignments to report on. I am new liaison to the Planning Commission. We had a meeting on February 9th. There were 2 items on our agenda. One was modifications to the Adobe Road Winery project in the downtown. We approved the modifications. And then we also heard comments on the draft environmental impact report for the Scott Ranch project. So we heard from the community, and we as commissioners made comment and recommended that that be moved on to this body to go ahead and authorize staff to prepare the final EIR. My other assignment was for the Sonoma County Transportation Authority / regional what is it, Regional Climate Protection Agency. It's a dual agency that I was appointed to, with two items on the agenda that I want to tell you about from last week. One is that we adopted the Measure M final report, and that's Measure M as in transit Measure M money, not parks. And then we heard about a safe and seamless mobility quick strike program, which is a grant program that's sort of rapidly coming out and coming back. So I wondered if we had submitted a project, and wonder if the city manager can address that. I don't know whether the grant period ended recently or it's coming up, but it was a really short timeline. And then I was elected to the ad hoc committee called the Future of Transit, which has been going on through this body for the past 4 months. So I've only been to one public meeting, and I missed the other since I wasn't on the board. So I've been getting myself up to speed and meeting on that. So yeah. And the last thing I didn't mention at our last meeting is that I was also elected to the executive committee of this board. So with that, I also met with the Downtown Streets team, as we all did, and I was incredibly impressed. You know, I thought it was just about cleaning our streets, and it's really more than that. It's really, really helping our houseless folks and providing them opportunities and getting them into housing and jobs. And so I'm super excited about the possibilities, what we can do there, and what they're learning, they're being able to do. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also had several meetings. I will try not to extend this too long, but would just ask that anyone who needs more information or needs contact information to please email me, and I'll get that to them, whether they be council members or participants. I had my first Health Action Council meeting, County Health Action Council, on February 5th, and we discussed several items, including we had a presentation on the Caritas Village affordable housing and homeless development, which is said to be the biggest such development ever in Sonoma County. Includes 128 low-income and very low-income units, 38 family shelter units, and 38 hospital recovery beds, as well as an on-site medical clinic, a living room, and a children's program. This, of course, when it's completed, which is, I think, between 1 and 2 years off. Secondly, they talked about Health Action Council redesign, talking about actually defining words like benefits and done well. And with one of the major outcomes to be finding a place for equity to not be simply an afterthought in everything that's done there. They're also focused on equity in relation to marketing COVID vaccines. I survived my second dose of vaccine yesterday. And then the final thing there was that some presentation by the Santa Rosa Health Action chapter regarding self-healing communities, and an idea which has come about the last couple of years about the vertical transmission of ACEs, or adverse childhood events. Okay, and people have begun to research whether, and in fact, it does occur that, to make it very simple, people that experienced physical abuse from their parents when they were young are more likely to abuse physically their own children. And of course, this applies to all the 10 items that constitute the adverse childhood events. But the big thing there is that St. Joseph's Providence Healthcare System is getting a $3 million grant over the next 18 months from a group called ACEs Aware, that is to improve the ways in which our Sonoma County mental health and healthcare providers deal with ACEs. Also had a meeting of the Youth Commission on February 9th, where we talked about their current project, which involves developing a website, which has the working title Experience the Petaluma Youth Commission, and an art show project, which will showcase artwork that students have done as a way of helping with their stress due to the COVID issues. And that will be called Share Your Shine. And finally, had a Climate Action Commission meeting on February 11th, where we began to discuss how and where we would begin educating and engaging a variety of groups around town. So if anyone who is a member of a group that thinks they might be overlooked by the Climate Commission's efforts to begin engagement activities, presentations, should contact staff or myself or any member probably of the Climate Commission to begin with. And finally, I would just like to second Council Member Healy's suggestion that it is important to help our hospitality workers as soon as we can, and not just later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will add my voice to that as well. I was the person who brought up the topic in council comment last December. And I think the urgency involved here is that as vaccinations start to spread, there's going to be more and more community reopening, and we want to make sure that we don't miss the boat on this, and that the people who have been so badly affected really don't get passed over and do get recalled. So thank you, City Manager, for bringing that up, and I do think time is of the essence. I would also like the city manager or the city attorney to at least respond in whatever way you can to this continuing question about the wireless update to our ordinance and who it is we're using as a outside attorney, and why there seems to be a lot of agita in the community, but it's not very clear what it is about, at least to me. So if we could get a response on that, I'd appreciate it. I won't say anything more except about the downtown streets team, except that I think it was a unanimous wow in terms of realizing how much work is being done by very few people together with the people who they're working with. And it is just really a great pilot program, and I hope we can really move it forward in this next budget cycle. So it was very encouraging. I also attended the Downtown Business Improvement District's meeting with members, with their members and members of our police department regarding recent vandalism downtown. With fewer people being down there, some bad elements have come around and been vandals. And so the concern was how do we respond to this and how do we prevent it? So it was a very good discussion, and I appreciate our police being on top of that. I also attended a Sonoma State University hosted gown and town meeting of electeds throughout the county and department heads and administrators from the university. It was the first of its kind meeting that really is looking at how what do cities need that perhaps the university can help provide, and then what is it that the city can help the university with. So it was a very good first step, and I really appreciate that Sonoma State has made that effort. So hopefully we'll be able to work together with them on intern programs, continuing their planning seminars that they do in December, and several other things. I know one of the council members from Healdsburg asked whether or not they have ever looked into addressing the question of diversifying our county, which seems to be, have a lot of dependence on tourism, and what happens when you have fires during tourism season and things like that. So it was a very, very interesting conversation. So I was very happy that occurred. So with that, I will ask our city manager to give us her comments.
Thank you, Mayor. And just riding on the wings of what you just mentioned about Sonoma State University, before the fires and the pandemic this past year, we sat down with SSU leadership and talked about having a management internship program through their Masters of Public Administration and their Masters of Business Administration students to give folks real life experience in working in the public sector. So we will be picking that up here shortly. To address the concerns of the folks that spoke about the fairgrounds and to our council members, as a confirmation, the lease does expire December 31st, 2023. And staff has been in contact with the fair and the tenants that are leasing from the fair. And we will be working to figure out kind of a timeline, but nothing is going to happen until all folks are brought to the table for a much broader discussion and we are able to pick up our outreach plans that were thwarted because of the pandemic. It was just more of a resource limitation than it was because of the pandemic. We've learned to adapt through the pandemic with Zoom and get creative, but it's been mostly a resource issue for us. So we will be picking that back up. Right to recall, we will be bringing that back to council. I need to work with the city attorney's office to understand what's in the pipeline, but that we will be moving that forward. Understand the urgency, want to make sure our workers are taken care of. So I will be working with the city attorney's office on that. I'd like to invite the community to attend our workshop on March 8th. It starts at 6 p.m. And this will be the first discussion of the implementation of Measure U that our community brought to us in November and voted in. So we will be discussing with the council and the community regarding kind of our first take on our Measure U implementation as it pertains to our infrastructure and our staffing and the many initiatives you've heard in this last hour, almost hour and a half of public comment. Caring for our unsheltered, addressing affordable housing, addressing our roads, just taking care of our community. So with that, I'm going to ask our city attorney if he would like to make a brief comment on the comments regarding the strengthening our ordinance on the telecommunications facility.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Peggy. Thank you. Good evening, council members. The council's been clear that it would like to update the cell tower regulations, and we're just as clear that we would like to as well. There's been a lot. That's been a very rapidly evolving area in terms of the Telecommunications Act and regulations promulgated under it by the FCC. And as the council's aware, I think most of the members are aware, there's active litigation regarding some of those regulations that would purport to limit the regulatory authority of local agencies like the city. And our ordinance, although it's had some updates for small cells relatively recently, a lot of it's out of date, so it needs an update. We're looking forward to and are making preparations to do that, to bring forward likely a replacement chapter, so that it's well structured and fully up to date for the council's consideration, so that the council has the option, if it wishes, to regulate that area to the fullest extent of its authority without preemption issues. We will be in communication with the council, and as they direct with the public regarding the information that's been asserted, related to our work on the Verizon application. I'll just say for myself, I'm proud of the work that we've done there, protecting the health and safety of the community, and I'm proud of the team that has done it, because we couldn't do it without them. And I think it's fair, as it always is, to judge the quality of the staff work based on our results, and I hope people will do that. So we'll be back, but we'll be back in touch about some of the issues that you've heard about tonight, so that we can provide information related to that. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, City Manager, you're done with your comments? Yes, okay, thank you. Approval of the minutes. We have some corrections for the August 3rd, 2020 minutes that were submitted. And we also got minutes for February 1st. So if I don't see any hands go up by our council members, the minutes will be deemed approved as corrected. Okay, and that is where we are. Thank you very much. And moving on to approval of the proposed agenda for Monday, March 1st. Councilmember Fisher?
I was going to go ahead and move approval of that.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Second.
Councilmember McDonald. Okay. So can we get a roll call vote?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Is there anyone who wants to remove anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So I don't need to remove item 3A, but I wanted to make a comment on it because I do plan to support it. This is the award for construction of replacement water and sewer mains near McNair Park. To me, this just underscores the importance of addressing the problem we have with our retention policy. As the council is aware, our charter specifies 10% retention, and the California statutes specify 5%. This is another contract that would raise that issue. That really cannot afford to be a parking lot issue, and I'd like to see staff come back with a proposed resolution of that sooner rather than later. So that's my comment, and I'll be supporting both items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kosake?
Yes. I just wanted to bring up one issue again, not necessarily to separate it out, but on item B, the electric vehicle chargers. I wanted to point out that there is a new law, AB 841, that will, as of January 1, 2022, require a certain certification of a certain amount of electricians who are dealing with this job. And I wanted to ask the council to consider, or ask the staff to consider whether we should either amend this here at this time or bring it back again to say that we would start to live by AB 841 now instead of waiting until next year.
So, thank you. Does staff want to respond to that?
Dina or Diane, would you respond to that? I thought we might have in our council questions and answers.
Hi, this is Gina Benedetti Petnick, Assistant Director of Public Works Utilities. And thank you for bringing this up, Councilmember Kosake. We are aware of the new law. As I understand it, the law took effect this January, but will not be enforcing the use of certified installers until next January. In the meantime, however, after doing some research, we think it's a prudent course of action. We support it. There are a number already of local, good electrical licensed contractors who are also certified as EV installers. And so we intend to qualify our RFP for the project such that the bidders will be required to show proof of that certification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Okay, Vice Mayor?
That was my comment as well. So as long as we're going to be using the Cal EVIP certification, I'll support the measure as well. It's just, I think it's really, really important that we do everything we can to support the apprenticeship programs, especially as we look to electrify everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDowell.
And thank you, and I support that as well. And an additional comment, I see that these are only for level 2 chargers, slow chargers essentially. And all charging is good. All efforts to get us onto an EV based driving is better than not. But we really need the DC fast chargers. A lot of studies show the impediment is that people think they can't go from town to town, and they want to be charged up with a DC fast charger in a 20-minute turnaround, not what these would have. So, these are good for business all day if you're parked, but I would appreciate staff looking ambitiously at a future grant to get us to DC fast chargers in more locations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands up. So I will ask if there is any public comment on these items. City Clerk, did you receive any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we received one public comment on item 3B, the electric vehicle chargers that's posted to the website.
Thank you. And so we will open.
You muted yourself, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry about that. My finger went on the wrong place. We will open public comment through our moderator if there's anyone who wants to speak to item 3A or 3B.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll share my screen now. And I did see that there were some hands that have been raised for a while, so I'm not sure if they were trying to speak on general public comment or if it was related to consent, but please limit your comments to the consent calendar, please. So our first speaker is Sonjia Lowry, followed by Janice Gator Thompson. Sonjia, please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Are you there? Okay, we'll come back. Next speaker is Janice Gator Thompson, followed by Ben Peters. Janice, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking. And Janice does not appear to be here either. We'll move on to Ben Peters, followed by Josh Simmons. Ben, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Yeah, hi everyone. I just want to support item 3B. I just installed a DC fast charger under the 2018 charge program. It's out at 2 Rock near the 2 Rock Fire Department. It's called 2 Rock Station. So again, the charge program has been great. I used it to successfully install one of the first fast chargers outside the 101 corridor in Sonoma County. Invite everyone to both use that charger, all the other BayQMD supported infrastructure, and look forward to that RFP. I know getting good local jobs from our EV charging infrastructure deployment is, again, a great thing. So again, support the charge program, and please everyone visit 2 Rock Station to charge their electric vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Ben. Next speaker is Josh Simmons, and then we'll go back to Sonjia to see if she has arrived. Josh, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Good evening, City Council, City staff, and yeah, special shout out to Patrick. I always appreciate your thoughtful moderation. I'm super excited about the EV charger installs. I want to echo Councilmember McDonald and seeking fast chargers where possible. I want to thank Ben Peters for alerting me to the fact that there is a fast charger at the Two Rock station. That's awesome. I will keep this last point really brief because I know we're in for a long one tonight. I believe we were expecting 22 public commenters up front. I know we only heard from 19. I don't know whether they missed the 30 seconds or not, but I just want the City Council to consider maybe looking at a 60 or 90-second window in the future, or reading the instructions before that 30-second window so that people are prepared when that time comes. I trust your discretion, but it would be lovely to be able to hear from people that we know we're missing out from hearing from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Josh. Next speaker is Sanjia Lowry, followed by Janice Cater-Thompson, if they're there. Sanjia, are you there? Janice Cater-Thompson, are you there? Okay, not hearing from either of them. We will move on to Bernie Cotlier, followed by Garcia. Bernie, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Bernie Cotlier, and I'm the co-chair of the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program, or EVITP. EVITP is a nonprofit, volunteer, brand neutral, national EV industry collaborative training program founded in 2011. EVITP addresses the technical requirements, safety imperatives, as well as performance integrity, and members of the collaborative nationally include automobile manufacturers, utilities, electric vehicle supply equipment or charging station manufacturers, state and local electrical inspectors, contractors, electrical workers, and first responders. The EVITP 4.0 curriculum is comprehensive, including residential, commercial, industrial charging infrastructure, and includes everything from level 2 to commercial and medium and heavy duty trucking, DC fast charging, as well as wireless conductive energy transfer. EVITP is about a 20-hour class with a proctored certification exam. EVITP is already required in numerous jurisdictions, such as the California Public Utilities Safety Language that was passed in 2016 on our 3 investor-owned utilities. The California Energy Commission grant to the Port of Long Beach requires EVITP. The whole Port of Los Angeles just recently passed a requirement for EVITP on all their work for charging. Next door in Nevada, NV Energy, the largest utility, is building out the electric highway with all EVITP certified electricians. The cities of Carson, Pico Rivera, Long Beach, and Montebello, California require EVITP. And EVITP is also referenced in the Biden administration infrastructure plan. As noted, beginning January 1st, 2022, projects approved or funded by the Air Resources Board, the Energy Commission, and the PUC will require EVITP certified electricians on the job. The California Energy Commission will begin requiring EVITP even earlier on September 1st of this year. For the safety of the public, workers, and first responders, the city of Petaluma would benefit from an EVITP requirement on all EV charging projects, including the AQMD funded work, as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Bernie. The next speaker is Garcia. Garcia, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Eric Garcia. I am co-chair for Indivisible Petaluma, former chair of the Human Rights Commission, as well as vice president for North Bay Organizing Project. I too support agenda item 3B and go to Rock as well for fast charging. I also want to ensure that the previous comment that Joshua mentioned about there were 22 comments, I'm wanting to hear from 3 more, and I'd hope that you all understand that those commenters that were on for public comment were hotel workers. Majority of them were Black, Indigenous people of color, in which I am frustrated to say that do we every time have to voice out that Black, Indigenous people of color deserve more time. So again, I echo what Joshua brought up at the last minute and support agenda item 3B. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I see that Janice Cater Thompson has raised her hand, so I will unmute her and you may begin your comments, Janice.
I apologize, my hand is not up. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We'll try one more time with Sanjay Lowry. If you're there, please unmute yourself and begin your comments. And I am not hearing comments. So Madam Mayor, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. And we will close public comment on the consent calendar. Do I have a motion? I see Councilmember Fisher.
I'll move the consent calendar items 3A and 3B for approval.
Thank you. And do I have a second from the Vice Mayor? Okay, so can we do a roll call vote?
Time to do this? Yes. Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Hosagan?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go on to unfinished business. And this is item 4A, a resolution approving the City of Petaluma's subscription to Sonoma Clean Power Evergreen 100% Renewable Energy Program. And our moderator is double dipping today, and he is also our presenter on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy to talk about this item tonight. The item for consideration is whether to subscribe all City of Petaluma controlled accounts, electricity accounts, to Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen program, which is 100% renewable energy in the form of geothermal and photovoltaic solar energy. Staff has worked with Sonoma Clean Power staff to understand what the program entails, the sources of that electricity, the additional costs, and the resultant greenhouse gas reductions from this action if the council goes forward with it. Those results are listed in the staff report, but we'll summarize briefly. These include, first and foremost, revocable commitment to purchase geothermal and solar energy from local sources, and these are the Geysers Geothermal Energy Plant and 6 megawatts of solar energy in Sonoma County, including 2 megawatts in or near Petaluma. There's, when I say revocable, there's no penalty to withdraw from the Evergreen program if the city changes its mind and wishes to go back after it had entered into Evergreen and go back to the Clean Start program. There's no penalty to that, nor is there a penalty if the city reduces through energy efficiency or through on-site generation of power on its facilities. No penalty there either. So the additional costs associated with this action are about $357,000 per year, more than the 2019 baseline, which I provided in the staff report as a more normal year in terms of energy usage, because the city had not been in shelter in place and changed schedules and energy usage within those buildings. An offset to that $357,000 is about $53,500 of renewable energy savings that would come online from the 4 facilities within the city that we're planning to put solar on in the coming year, and that's at the airport, the community center, the police station, and the swim center. So, you know, I put in there kind of the worst case scenario, which is 357,000 plus, but it would likely be lower than that when those facilities come online. Most of those costs are associated with Evergreen costing more in the wastewater fund. That's the majority of the increase, though the general fund has a impact of about $60,000 a year in that fund as well. The resultant greenhouse gas reduction is about 209.2 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. And that's just equivalent to about 45 passenger vehicles taken off of the streets per year, or driving a vehicle for 500,000 miles plus, according to the EPA's equivalency projector. This action, if the council moves forward, is aligned with the goals of the climate emergency's mitigation and equity sections, in that it reduces greenhouse gas resulting from city operations, and it promotes local green jobs. And that concludes my summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have on this.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fisher, is your hand up again? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
A quick question for Patrick. Did this go to the Climate Commission, or because it was one of the recommendations that it just came directly to us here at the council?
It did not go to the Climate Action Commission. I did make them aware of that, that it was coming to the council in our last meeting. But since this is kind of an old business with a council, it was a different council, but the council had discussed this about a year ago. It did not go to the Climate Action Commission.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question, if I may. Over the past year and a half, we had suggested that the city do an audit of our facilities, because obviously we want to lower our use and lower our emissions and the rest of it. And I noticed today in an email that came through and answering questions that apparently engineering department is going out for, let's see if I can see, an energy efficiency and generation. Is that an audit? Is that the same thing?
I believe that the Public Works and Utilities Department is proposing a CIP program to look at energy efficiency and generation within city facilities as part of the next budget. But if there's anybody from Public Works that wants to confirm that, I would be appreciative of their jumping in.
I would just add that we would be combining their efforts with a citywide audit.
Okay, so that's the clarification I was looking for, was the audit. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So two things. First, in the email we got today responding to council questions, there was a question about the CPI increases that are currently scheduled, and we deferred last year's CPI increase for water and sewer to July 1st of this coming year, and we already have a July 1 CPI increase coming this year, so it would be about a 10% increase if that stayed. And I was the response was a little bit cryptic, but it seemed to imply that staff is now going to recommend just abandoning last year's and waiving it completely, so that 5% increase for water and sewer rates from last year is just gone. It won't be added on. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are looking at that.
And is that going to come forward as a recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the second thing, I thought George Beeler sent in a particularly thoughtful letter today asking the question, you know, if the city wants to spend $350,000 a year reducing our greenhouse gas footprint, is this the most cost-effective place to spend those dollars? And does staff have a response to that?
I thought it was a very interesting question, and what staff is bringing before you is what we believe is the council's direction. The evergreen renewable energy generation was something that was listed in prior city goals and prioritization efforts. It may not be the most cost-effective measure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but it has a very fast implementation turnaround if directed to move forward with that. And it requires almost no effort on staff to move that forward. So in terms of efficiency for implementing a program that will have almost immediate effect, or, you know, depending on when the council would want it to be implemented, it's something that can be done quickly, because we understand that there's an urgency around this issue, and we're trying to be responsive to that.
But there may be more cost-effective ways to spend the money, and we just don't know that. Is that the answer?
That's correct. In terms of the forefront, renewable energy on site, that program actually saves energy. So that's a cost reduction to the city as opposed to a cost increase. So we know there are measures out there, but taking that same example, that project was approved and it's not expected to be online till a lot later this year. So there's a time lag in that. So we're trying to be responsive to the interest in generation of renewable energy and supporting local jobs in the green sector, but at the same time, keeping our options open for other options that may reduce costs as well. And
Thank
because
you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Postacate?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add that although I also liked George's letter, that I think there are other benefits besides simply reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm sorry, I had something else I had to attend to for the city clerk during some of that discussion. I may have missed it, but I think there are benefits in terms of increasing the number of local green jobs by us going to Evergreen, as well as pushing Sonoma Clean Power to also implement additional local clean power projects, which again increase jobs as well as the reductions in emissions for the entire community. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. I also want to just ask Patrick, in your presentation, you said that if we were to vote to go ahead to Evergreen and then at some future time decide to rescind that there is no penalty for moving back and forth at this point, so that it could be an immediate greenhouse gas savings or reduction. But if other things became more available that could be implemented more quickly, we could change that in order to cost control there. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's no penalty to withdraw from the program.
Okay, so the second part of that question then would be, do we have any, to use an acronym, an out-of-date term, a shovel-ready projects that we could go forward with that would bring quick reductions to greenhouse gases at this time? Are we following any of those? Is there any of those kinds of projects that we could just shift this money there?
I'm not aware of any projects that are ready to go right now that are only waiting on funding for. A lot of the areas where we believe there's a lot of significant savings in is retrofitting our facilities. But we have not done the work to know exactly what equipment is needed to make those more efficient or to switch from natural gas to electricity heat pumps, for example, for heating. We know that there's opportunities out there, but we don't know exactly what those opportunities are at yet. But that's something we hope to study very soon.
Is that part of the study that that Councilmember Fisher was just asking about?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. All right. Fine. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on the council who has a question before we go to public comment? Seeing no one raise their hand. City Clerk, did you receive any public comments on this item?
Madam Mayor, we received 7 public comments, which have been posted to the website with the agenda packet.
Okay, and our moderator, can you see if there is anyone in the public who would like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm switching gears to moderator now. Our first speaker is Mark Mortensen, followed by Ben Peters. Mark, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Barrett, Vice Mayor Barnacle, City Manager Flynn, and council members, and also best wishes to Councilmember King for a speedy recovery. My name is Mark Mortensen, and I wanted to thank the city for considering subscribing to Evergreen Clean Power, as I did about 5 years ago, and and 5 other cities and the county have as well. As mentioned, the plan is 100% clean, renewable energy. currently using solar and geothermal. We really think, I really believe that Sonoma Clean Power does a great job in investing in clean local power generation. And in fact, a new solar generation facility opens tomorrow just outside the city. I urge the city to subscribe. One recent concern that came up is an interest in Sonoma Clean Power, though, in investigating the use of biomass generated energy for the Evergreen program, which is what Councilmember King alluded to earlier tonight. Oh, and I also agree that wind offers a great opportunity in the future. But as far as biomass goes, research overwhelmingly identifies biomass energy, which is essentially the burning of trees, as the dirtiest and most expensive source of energy, more so even than coal, and not renewable. Local climate activists, who in large part regard Sonoma Clean Power as an ally in the efforts to address the climate crisis, shared their concern about biomass with SCP, and they postponed looking into that source for now. Respectfully, I was suggesting that the city of Petaluma could help encourage Sonoma Clean Power to maintain its current great standards by amending the adoption resolution simply by adding 4 words. And the 4 words could be added in the 5th whereas statement, so the 5th one, which says, whereas the Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen Electricity Program generates 100% renewable energy day and night, currently from geothermal and photovoltaic sources locally, and not from biomass. 4 little words. Anyway, your actions in securing clean energy for the city will help grow local energy jobs. It'll help slow down global warming and help reduce respiratory illnesses. And I really thank you for that and for all of your hard work.
Thank you for your comments, Mark. The next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Taryn Obaid. Ben, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello again, everyone. I'd like to reiterate the comments of the previous speaker, which is to support this resolution with some amendments. And so the last time this was brought before the City Council, there was a discussion of energy saving projects and audits that would occur. And as the city manager has previously noted, in the City of Petaluma's efforts to reduce energy waste over time, there has been a lack of accountability. And so what we need to do is to amend this resolution to make sure that these audits occur, that good projects are brought before the City Council, and those projects are funded. So we need to put a timeline to the promises to actually audit our facilities and look at every single electric and gas meter that consumes fossil fuel energy today. And so when we make this switch to Sonoma Clean Power Evergreen, it's with the recognition that the additional $350,000 to $400,000, that budget goes down over time, right? And that's what we need to do as a community, is not just make the easy decision to switch to Evergreen. We can do that now, but we need to make the commitment to get our facilities in order and get them as close to net zero as possible. So that includes all of the LED projects that are not being funded, because the capital improvement program process, while it's good, financing is really needed to accelerate this adoption. And so we can't just stick within our old methodology of financing onesie, twosie LED projects. We need to have a comprehensive citywide energy reduction strategy, and we need to make that as part of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ben. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Jeff Cyphers. Taryn, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, I wanted to ask a couple of questions. $350,000 is arguably a lot of money, and it's arguably not much money, considering if we can get to zero emissions. But how do we know if we're getting to zero emissions? We would need to do our due diligence with a cost benefit analysis. And when I reviewed the materials for tonight, I read the very vague statement that Evergreen is 100% of renewable power that is from geothermal and solar generated sources. But that is vague language. I would like to know, does that in fact mean that 100% of Evergreen's power is renewable from geothermal and solar power? Not that their renewable power is 100% from a source, but in fact is 100% of Evergreen's power renewable. That is a huge distinction. And as a marketer, I am highly attuned to the way messages can be spun. And credit trading is a massively profitable business. It's about $200 billion annually. And I would want to be sure that carbon credit trading isn't happening to cover up what I see on Evergreen's, their document called the Annual Report to the California Energy Commission, where they list the providers of their energy, providers such as, they've got 3 of them on page 56 of that document I sent you earlier, but they list that includes nuclear energy. I don't think of nuclear energy as green. It also includes natural gas. I don't think of natural gas as clean, and large hydroelectric dams as well. So what's the detail here? Are we just whitewashing with carbon credit trading? Or are we in fact getting 100% certifiable, no tricky smokes and mirrors, renewable energy? I don't know the answer to that, but a couple things in this really caught my attention. And I would like for our city to be clear before we invest $350K into this, because times are going to get tight. And I think that's a lot of money. And we want to make sure incrementally we are getting a benefit for these dollars spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Taryn. And I think I'd just jump in here really quick. We have the CEO from Sonoma Clean Power going to speak next, but I looked at the documents that Ms. Obey provided. I did not come to the same conclusions that she did, that nuclear, natural gas, or large hydro were part of the Evergreen portfolio. So I think that was, I can't make that statement. And I do believe that there's no credit trading involved in this. It's just 100% from geothermal, which is the geysers, and solar, which is local within Sonoma County for the Evergreen program. But with that, and maybe if Mr. Cyphers would like to add to that, he may. Don't know what his comment is, but I'll turn it over to Jeff Cyphers now. You may unmute yourself, Jeff.
Thank you, Patrick. And Council, I'm very happy to be seeing this item come before you tonight. And I'm really impressed to see the city of Petaluma considering using renewable energy from local sources. Evergreen is unique in the state of California. We don't know of any other electric supply in the whole state that supplies renewable energy 24 hours a day, every single day of the year. And to the previous commenter's point, the nuclear and natural gas and hydroelectric is actually from a different compliance report. And I'm happy to share the details of that with you through the city, and can supply that through Patrick and the clerk of the board. Evergreen Power is 100% geothermal and solar with no trading of any credits at any time. And in fact, the grid of California does rely on Evergreen subscribers for some of the state's reliability instead of the other way around. When you just have rooftop solar without Evergreen, you do rely on natural gas to supply you with electricity from the evening hours when the sun has gone down. and Evergreen does not do that. And so I'm excited to be here and offering this. And as a public agency and as a nonprofit entity, I'm also here to answer the hard questions. And so to the extent that anything comes up that you need a good answer to, please feel free to call us with any questions as this item gets considered. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Jeff. Next speaker is Neil Reardon, followed by John McIntaggart. Neil, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. My name is Neil Reardon. I'm actually also an employee of Sonoma Clean Power, but I'm here today on behalf of myself as a citizen of Petaluma. I am in support of this resolution, and it's probably not surprising for many of you to hear that I'm a current Evergreen customer, and I'd like to share a little bit about why. I do this for some of the reasons you might expect. It supports the global climate and our local economy. And some of you have pointed out that there are cheaper ways to reduce greenhouse gases. That's true. You know, doing most things in Sonoma County comes at a premium, whether it's building a new home or a new renewable energy facility. But that also means that we retain our share of the benefits. And we did hear about job creation, which is a really important aspect. The other side about that, though, is that the funds are going to local sites. So there's a recent Evergreen project at Lavio Ranch, just here out on D Street. It's a great example. The lease payments from the solar project there allow the owner to keep her family's property and not be forced to divvy it up for sale. And as our CEO mentioned, it's a tailored product that provides energy just when we need it. I can share that there are other 100% renewable offerings. In fact, PG&E was ordered by the state to offer one, but they don't invest here. And usually what they do is they inject solar energy into the grid in some faraway place during the day, but then when the sun sets at night, customers here have to rely on natural gas. The last reason that I invest in Evergreen is really as a matter of equity. There's some great discussion earlier about inclusivity and equity and the importance of that in our planning on multiple fronts. Well, just last week, a Harvard study found that in 2018 alone, 8.7 million people died from air pollution caused by the burning of fossil fuels. 8.7 million. So that's over 3 times the horror of coronavirus, and it happens every year. Now in Sonoma, we're blessed with the natural resources that can provide solar in the day, geothermal around the clock. We have strong local leadership. And frankly, we're also afforded a higher medium income and stronger economy than the majority of the state, the majority of the country, and certainly the majority of the world. And I think that with that power comes a certain responsibility. And given all the privileges that we share as residents of Petaluma, I do feel a certain sense of moral responsibility and pride to do what's right for us and right for the millions of people around the world who don't enjoy the same set of privileges that we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments, Neil. Next speaker is John McIntaggart, followed by Garcia, which I believe is Zaira. John, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you, Patrick. And I'm sorry to be coming in twice and having you have to say my name a second time, but you did really well there. But so really appreciate that. I'm also a big fan of renewable energy. We in the electrical world, the electrical union, are big fans. But what we're also big fans of is people being able to live in this area. So while we fight for sustainability and we want sustainability, you know, in our towns and in our world, we want to make sure that the families are also sustainable, that we don't cut the wages, you know, of the workers just to make it sustainable and green in certain towns, because some of these workers might have to travel for an hour or 2 hours just to get to the job site. And then they have to turn around and go back home again because they can't afford to live here in Sonoma County. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. These are individuals we speak with every day, and their heartbeats. You know, we got to remember that the parents want to get home to their kids, to teach their kids homework, be there for homework, or be a t-ball coach, you know, or have their weekends off like regular folks do. So we have to remember this when we say green jobs. You know, so if these green jobs are going to be pushed, and we support them, don't get me wrong, we really support them. We just want to make sure that the wages keep up. So every single one of these jobs should have prevailing wages attached. You know, every single one of these jobs should have like an ability to move north, you know, as far as in the wage scale goes. So that's all we ask, you know, is that you attach the apprenticeship programs, if you can, prevailing wage, just so that there's another avenue for people to have a sustainable career and live here in Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker and last, I believe, is Zaira Garcia. Zaira, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hey, Patrick, thanks so much. So yeah, we talk about job creation, who and what businesses are we investing in, and of course, families, to keep families sustainable. I definitely support Evergreen, and it sounds like a program or a nonprofit that I would be in support in. I just want to make sure that our frontline communities are actually in the front and center of these conversations when cities or our city invests in such businesses like Evergreen. Something else that I also want to bring up is I hope that it also goes to the Climate Commission, because we really don't want what's happening in Texas to be happening in Petaluma. Another thing is when we talk about what's good for businesses is, again, the Sheraton Hotel needs to be held accountable for the way that they are treating our hotel workers, in which you all had missed certain stories from hotel workers to bring that to your attention. So I would hope that the Sheraton is held accountable for their work ethic, and that is it. Thanks so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for those comments. And Madam Mayor, I don't see any other hands up, so I will turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. And with that, I'll bring it back to the council. And I see the Vice Mayor has his hand up.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm definitely in support of us joining Evergreen. I agree with the letters we've received about the importance of doing efficiency measures, looking at electrification, on-site generation, all of that. And I definitely don't think this should stop us from doing that. In fact, I think it should help motivate us to do that. So I'm in support of it. I'd like to offer a few amendments to the resolution. One is that to mitigate cost increases and stimulate the local economy, within 12 months, we look at energy efficiency, electrification, and on-site generation for all of the city's facilities, electric and gas meters. And then the second is if Sonoma Clean Power elects to include forest biomass in their Evergreen mix, the city shall disenroll in the Evergreen program. My hope is that these two things these two amendments do two things. One, it puts the pressure on us to move forward with the cost-effective measures like energy efficiency and look at 0% financing from PG&E and things like that, and over the next 12 months. But also sends a message to Sonoma Clean Power that we don't want forest biomass in our energy mix, and that we'd like their assistance in getting the audits done and coming up with an electrification strategy. And I hope that those two things together, are well received by the council. So with that, I'll make that motion.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Fisher and Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I plan on moving the item as is, and I don't say that in objection to anything that Councilmember Barnacle just said. I'd rather keep it cleaner, but I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. I think with respect to the first item in terms of doing energy efficiency audits, I'm not sure if we have that on our agenda to vote on tonight. Quite frankly, I know it's been a direction from council to staff in some way, but I'm not sure if we can amend this within the Brown Act. With respect to biomass, I don't know where that would lead in terms of this amendment or this item. I certainly tend to believe that that's very unlikely to be included in the portfolio in the coming months, year or so. But I don't have any objections to having that in there. But I'm going to speak out in support and try to answer some questions that have been raised. The Evergreen is all local, meaning that the power that is provided to our customers is within Sonoma and Marin County. The Clean Start includes contracts throughout the state. And in terms of the economics of this for a local economy, Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen program is without a doubt the better of the two programs to support local jobs, local businesses, and local and adjacent clean power. As has been noted, 3 of the solar panel projects are within the Petaluma zip code area, not technically in the city, but immediately outside, and provide a substantial part of the portfolio. That will continue as hopefully the city of Petaluma joins, and as the city of Santa Rosa has recently done, because Evergreen is going to need to provide more sources. Evergreen does not have nuclear power in its mix, does not have natural gas in its mix, does not have large hydro in its mix, as Jeff Cyphers has pointed out. I believe, in responding to one of the comments, that Sonoma Clean Power is also a 100% prevailing wage employer in terms of its contracts. With regard to the overall cost to the city, clearly the $350,000 annual amount is going to be reduced once the forefront power projects are online. The estimates are $50,000 or so. The baseline of 2019 was a wet year, and large hydro was a larger part of the overall Green Start. So the comparators sometimes are different from year to year, depending on how much water we have for hydro. And I think that's an important consideration. I think it was the year we had to go with. I think Patrick Carter was correct to do it that way. But we don't always have that. And so the cost differential may not be as extreme, depending on how extreme our weather is. In terms of where we're going as a city, we are, at least in my view, clearly moving toward adding more solar panel and possibly some wind projects within our city government in the coming years, which will further reduce this. It's a $60,000 hit on our general fund. And we have regularly borrowed from wastewater, our wastewater fund. When I say regularly, I don't mean we do it every meeting, but we do it enough on a variety of items that this is something that is akin to that. No one has identified anything that can come as close to switching to Evergreen that will meet our climate goals, because there isn't something currently available. A lot of good comments have been made by council members and members of the public, and I hope the questions of the public were and for the council were responded to. I think we should probably still have Jeff Cyphers on if we need to go back to him, because he's certainly the better source than I, to put it mildly. But the other two things that I would say, the other one thing I would say, because the ultimate cost savings is going to come into play, is that this is a chance to do something immediate that leads our community. It's hard to sit up here meeting after meeting and implore people to switch from Clean Start to Evergreen. And by the way, if you're listening now and you're a Sonoma Clean Power customer, you are not automatically an Evergreen customer. In fact, you have to switch to it. So if you are thinking about doing that, you can go to their website, you can contact them by phone or email, and they can lead you through that process. The more Evergreen customers that this agency has, the more 24/7 local clean energy can be provided to all of us. But we're going to lead by example, and this is a good way to do it. It is, to me, the most direct way to show that we do mean what we're talking about when it comes to clean energy. I'm going to hold off on making any motion since there's a motion pending. I would like to get some comment regarding the audit end of that. I'm not sure if the biomass end of that quite meets the same standard, but those are interesting points to raise. So I'll stop for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Council, would it be helpful for me to respond to the Brown Act issue that Councilmember King has raised, or would you prefer that I refrain until other council members speak?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, and there may be a timing or practical issue that Peggy would like to address, also concerning the same point. I do believe staff have indicated that they are preparing to conduct citywide energy audit efforts and provide some scoping for what implementation of that looks like. It's not agendized as part of this item. It's certainly a related issue, but it's a much bigger issue with a lot of potential policy considerations and resource considerations that I don't believe we've given notice of with this action tonight. So I do have a concern that, and I think Councilmember King is right, that that's not something we really identified for the public as a conversation that they could participate in on tonight's meetings, which is the purpose of the Brown Act requirements. And if, I don't know if it'd be helpful to the council for Peggy to comment on sort of the timing of bringing that forward and following through on that action. But you know, as important as it is, I think my understanding is one reason why the staff have brought this forward in this form is because it's a pretty discrete item that it's possible to move on consistent with the council's climate policies and sustainability policies while those other larger efforts are being developed. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, did you want to be part of this?
Yes, I just wanted to say that staff is committed. I think Mr. Peter had mentioned earlier lack of accountability, but we were focused, our priority had been ensuring a viable city. And now that we know that we have Measure U, we will be bringing back that citywide energy audit as part of our budget request. So we are committed to it. And so I would suggest, if that is going to muck things up a little bit by adding that to the reso tonight, that I would suggest leaving that out of the reso, and staff will be bringing that item forward as part of the budget.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to Councilmember Fisher and McDonald.
So two things. I know we're not talking about the audit tonight, and we can talk about it at budget, but I just wanted to, I'm surprised Councilmember King didn't raise this again, that we're looking at floating solar at our wastewater treatment plant. I think he's been talking about that for years, and as a way that, since that's our biggest energy user. But I wanted to wondering if we could hear from Jeff Cyphers, and wondering about the impact of this decision on Sonoma Clean Power, because I understand when Santa Rosa decided to come on and move to Evergreen, that it really boosted their numbers, that given the number of customers that they had, that was a really big, had a really big impact. So I'm just wondering if we can get a real quick response from him on that.
I will allow him to talk. Jeff, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and address the council. Thank you.
Certainly. Councilmember Fisher, I think your question is clear, and I think Sonoma Clean Power certainly stands to increase the amount of resources we're procuring from if the city of Petaluma comes on board. And what that means is we'll increase the amount of new solar developments and likely solar with battery storage as well. So one of the things that we're looking at is just building new solar is helpful, but unfortunately that only produces energy when the sun is shining. And right now the value of that is decreasing as more and more consumers add solar to their rooftops. So what we're looking at is building solar facilities in the sort of 1 to 2 acre size footprint, and having batteries that are combined with that so that that solar output can be shifted into the evening hours. And that turns out to be one of the most valuable times to have renewable energy put onto the grid. And also one of the times when geothermal up at the geysers is not producing any more than it normally does. Geothermal is a baseload resource, so it produces a flat amount all the time. So the net effect of Petaluma joining is we get to build several new solar facilities. And as was already mentioned by Patrick Carter in his report, we already have a couple of operating facilities just outside of the city limits of Petaluma. And we have another one coming on board, we expect tomorrow to operate. And Petaluma turns out to be a pretty good place, in part because there are former dairies and former rangelands outside of city limits that have become uneconomic, and family farmers are finding it difficult to make ends meet with their land without having some way to rent it. And so the Lavio Ranch was mentioned previously, and the Lavios are a family just on the west side of Petaluma that were able to lease some land to us for a solar facility and be able to stay on their land. They're now in their third generation on that property just outside of Petaluma. And we're finding that's more and more common as it's becoming more and more challenging to make a go of it in the dairy industry. So tell me if you have a more specific question, but that's my general answer, and I'm happy to say something more specific if you need it.
No, that was exactly what I needed. And my other comment would be that, I think our goal is really to become energy independent, right? This is sort of a first step, but, I think we want to get to our own grid system and our own energy system eventually, but that's probably a little ways off. That's all I had.
Thank you both. And Councilmember McDonald?
Thank you very much. I agree with Councilwoman Fisher that we should be looking at more local things, and let's not walk away from household solar quite yet. But I am a big fan of Sonoma Clean and their workshops. They've had evergreen workshops posted up, and in attending those, and maybe Mr. Seifels will correct me on the numbers, but basically evergreen's a small portion of their overall energy customer base. And the Santa Rosa thing was correct that it really changed the complexion of it. And Petaluma joining will again change the complexion. And I think that those cities causing the numbers to bump up in that magnitude is what we call leadership. And so there's always a call for leadership in getting on board a program at its early parts, while it's still just a small portion, is what we need in regards to this. And I concur on the local consumption issue. Ellis Creek is a huge energy source and cost. And the sooner we get that as a generator, the better off we'll be. The quicker the 350 drops down to a fadeaway number. So I'm really excited about seeing a project come out in this capital budget that we're looking at here real soon. Also, fundamentally, addressing a climate crisis has costs. You'd like your expenditures of those costs to be efficient, but it's necessary, and it's what we do in an emergency. And it also has benefits. And so we're balancing all the benefits we're getting from this against the costs. So it's a net question of, is this what we do in an emergency? And I'm solidly behind doing this in this emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have your hand back up?
I do. I was going to, after the discussion about the Brown Act, I would ask if Councilmember Barnacle would permit, I don't know what the proper wording is, just another motion to, in favor of the city of Petaluma joining the Evergreen program. And I'll make a comment with respect to that. I think the audit, I support the audits. I agree with what's been said by several of my colleagues here and staff. With respect to biomass, I can certainly notify the staff, the council, if that's coming forward. I'm comfortable with the idea that it is not coming forward in 2021. And as coming forward, there are discussions about energy sources at Sonoma Clean Power that include things that aren't going to be adopted. I don't know where this is going to go. I don't want to mislead anybody. But my take from the board meeting was that moving rapidly to add biomass to the Evergreen portfolio is not happening. And I appreciate the public commenter's concerns, because I believe he commented at the Sonoma Clean Power board meeting about that. But that can come back if needed. We'll be aware of that. And I know Councilmember Barnacle is the alternate. He gets the materials as well. So if there are concerns about that, that would be my comment. But I would, in order to avoid any other issues, like to go forward with this. So I will move the item as recommended by staff.
Okay, and so the Vice Mayor had his hand up, and then Councilmember Fisher has your hand up.
Can I just second Mr. King's motion?
Yes, you can second the motion, but go ahead.
I just don't understand why if the council doesn't want forest biomass in our energy mix, why we wouldn't stipulate that. I just don't understand that. Frankly, it feels like we're missing an opportunity to stipulate what we want in our contracts, which is part of responsible governance. So, this is frustrating for me. I'm probably going to support it, but it feels like we're kind of missing an opportunity to say what our values are and send a message to the Sonoma Clean Power, the rest of the board, because you're one vote, and maybe the rest of the council supports forest biomass in our energy mix. I don't, and I just if the group doesn't want it in there, we should say so right now.
So, council, if I may, we could, if a majority of the council support direction for the city to subscribe to the Evergreen program, but that their support is conditioned on biomass not being a part of the Evergreen portfolio, we can add that to the reso if it's the pleasure of the council. That's within the scope of this action. I would need a little bit of help, maybe from Patrick, as to what the precise wording should be for, I think it's item 3 in the action part of the reso. But if that's, if but for that makeup of the portfolio, that this action wouldn't have majority council support, then I would say that we should state that, and we're happy to take the council's direction if that's what it is.
Thank you. Let me poll the council. We have just heard from the Vice Mayor. He would like us to add something that says that we do not want the power to include biomass. I would agree with that. I'm just going to go over what I see on my screen.
Forest biomass, just forest biomass, please. Just
forest biomass.
Yeah, very narrow. Forest biomass, yeah.
So I'm just going to go with what I can see on my screen, and that is Councilmember Fisher. Are you in favor of that?
Well, if Mike hadn't jumped ahead of me, I would have seconded the motion with a friendly amendment that we add that in.
Okay, so I guess that's a yes. And Councilmember King?
Yeah, I do. I must have misunderstood Eric on the second piece of my question. I thought that was a barrier. If it's not a barrier, I have no problem with this.
Councilmember Healy?
So I was in on a Zoom call with the North Bay Division and Senator McGuire a few weeks ago, and this issue came up.
Mr. Healy, I'm just doing a poll.
And
I'm just asking a poll question.
Can I explain my position?
Yes.
Briefly? Thank you. And he pushed back pretty hard on this point. And I think there are, when you say forest biomass, that seems to imply cutting down trees to burn them. but there's also a lot of waste products that come out of logging and other activities in the forests. So I would prefer that we get more information on this issue and bring it back. We can take Mr. King's resolution or motion as it was submitted and vote on that tonight. And if we want to revisit this issue down the road with more information as opposed to just going off of assumptions, I think that would make sense. But there's, you know, forest biomass. Again, I think that just means that people are assuming that trees are being cut down to be burned, and that's not my understanding of what primarily that is. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, I think adding the phrase makes a big statement, and we do drop out, then we move into a less climate-friendly class, and that's not a good choice. I think this battle will get fought up at SCP, and you know, we can put the words in, and the technical biomass generating capacity is going to be fought somewhere else. We need to make our statement. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And Councilmember Posake.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we have a majority on the council who would like us to add a banning of forest biomass. Is that correct, Vice Mayor? That your friendly amendment, and is that acceptable, Councilmember King?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is that acceptable to the seconder of that, or do you want to withdraw your second, Councilmember Healy?
No, I'll agree to the amendment, but I think we might be revisiting this.
Okay, thank you. So unless there's further discussion, is there further, everybody has a hand up. Well, at least, okay, so we still have 2 hands up. Okay, they're all gone now. Okay, so our moderator, our staff member has his hand up. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think staff has clearly received direction on this item. I believe that we can change item number 3 of the resolution to reflect that the City Council of the City of Petaluma directs staff to subscribe all city electrical accounts into Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen program. And here's where the change would begin. Directs staff to incorporate necessary cost increases into the FY 2022 City of Petaluma budget to reflect this action. And language related, and maybe I'm just riffing here, but and direction to disenroll or to this something strongly worded to Sonoma Clean Power's staff that there's a preference, a very strong preference to not include forest biomass in the Evergreen portfolio in the future, and direction to, you know, bring it back to the council for further action if necessary.
Council, how about, so just I think consistent with what Patrick just said, how about that if the council's direction in the reso and item 3 is conditioned on forest biomass not being a part of the Evergreen portfolio?
Is that acceptable?
Does that work?
Of the motion? Yes. Okay. Councilmember King says it is. Is that acceptable?
Patrick, is that clear enough?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor as amended by our city attorney and our staff member, Mr. Carter, made by King and seconded by Healy, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now we are on to new business. And this is item 5A, recommendation to form an ad hoc committee, advisory committee to work with the city manager and chief of police to develop city council recommendations to address community race relations and citywide and police policies. We're going to have our city manager kick this off.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, community, and staff. At our January 21st workshop, we heard from community members and local groups regarding their experiences with racism in Petaluma. And they also provided recommendations on how to combat racism in our community. We committed to coming back within the month with thoughts on what an ad hoc community advisory committee could look like and how it could operate. As you will see in tonight's presentation and our staff report, we recognize the importance of including all facets of our community, our schools, our healthcare partners, our business community, and community groups who represent and serve our underrepresented residents. We'll also provide updates on the recommendations brought forth by the groups who presented at our workshop and look forward to continuing the conversation on all of these recommendations and topics that will help us be an inclusive city that celebrates diversity, supports social justice, and works for a more sustainable community for all of our residents. It will take all of us to combat racism in Petaluma. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Ken Savano.
They're unmuted. Can you hear me?
Oh, barely.
Sorry. All right. Sharing the screen.
Oh, you're better now.
How's that?
So I can hear you. I assume everyone else can.
Great. Patrick, you can see the presentation.
Yeah, the presentation is there. You're just a little faint, but I think if you're closer to the microphone, it'll be fine.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Flynn, and to Mayor Barrett and council members, city staff, and most importantly, the community that we serve. Thank you for this opportunity for the City Manager and I to bring back to you.
Excuse me, Chief. There's a background noise that is sort of like a white noise that's going on.
Can you might want to just call in from the phone. I mean, keep your video on, but call in and would be clearer. I think something's interfering with your microphone.
Okay, let's see. How's that?
No, we can still hear it.
Okay, hold on just a minute.
Ken, you might want to mute your microphone while you're doing that.
Was muted, sorry. There we go.
Okay, so maybe this is a good time to take a 5-minute break and come back when we have technical problems under control. So it is right now let's say 9:10. We will come back to this meeting at 9:15. Thank you.
Patrick, are you there?
I am, Ken. I can hear you just fine now.
That background noise is gone?
Yes. Yeah, this is a much better connection.
Okay. Don't
All
know
right,
if
so
that was the voice over, but thank you for that.
Yeah. So we're on recess right now, so I'm gonna mute and we'll be back in a little less than 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll turn my video back on.
Patrick, are you available?
I am here. We are live though.
Yes, I just wanted to see if you could perhaps close the sharing of the screen so I can tell if everybody's back.
I think that should do that now.
Okay, the meeting is recess sign is up and it is 9:15. So maybe we could.
Is it still showing?
No, it's good now. I had to.
Okay.
It went to speaker view when you share the screen. Okay, I believe everyone is back to 4, 5, 6. Who do I not see? We're all here. We're all here. Good. We're all back from our recess. So we will turn it back to the chief and go forward with new business item 5A.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a sound check to make sure we're back and working here.
Very good, thank you.
Great. I was going to suggest people get up and move around. Little did I know technology would make that happen for us. So thank you for that, and thank you to everyone for your patience on the technical issue. Mayor Barrett, council members, city staff, and most importantly, the community we serve, thank you for this opportunity for the city manager and I to bring back to council a discussion and action on improving community-race relations here in Petaluma. As we have all recognized, these issues are not limited to just policing. And even though as your police chief, I'm speaking on this item tonight, this presentation recognizes the need for our entire community to stand together against hate and racism. As your police chief and on behalf of the men and women of your police department and all city staff across this great city, we stand with our community against hate and racism, ready and willing to do our part to make everyone feel safe and welcome here in Petaluma and beyond. We also recognize there's a lot of information contained in the staff report. And with that, we'll be respectful of the size of the agenda and everyone's time and move through this as quickly and expeditiously as possible. All right, are we advancing? Let's see. There we go. So very quickly, our journey, June 10th, started with the mayor's pledge. On June 16th, our first town hall to review the use of force policies. We then met again and had the council discussion on July 6th to discuss next steps, which then led to the community-led listening circles on July 18th. On September 8th, that listening circles effort produced a report on racism and policing here in Petaluma. And then between October and December, city staff, along with our consultant Tracy Webb, began the engagement process and completed additional interviews with community members. And then, of course, our council workshop and the direction that was given to staff that has brought this item back to you in 30 days. There were four directions basically given to staff from the workshop. The first was to research and develop a framework for an ad hoc community advisory committee, which we will be referring to as the AHCAC or the CAC for short, to research, discuss, prioritize, and provide recommendations to City Council on citywide and police policies and concerns. The second was to engage crisis consulting to evaluate and develop a CAHOOTS crisis intervention model and response program here in Petaluma. Third was to review and respond to the 15 recommendations from the community-led forum on racism and interactions with the police from September 2020, as well as the presentation that we saw at the last council workshop. And then finally, provide a report on the recommendations listed in former President Obama's 2015 task force report on 21st century policing. The first direction, which we'll talk about next, as the city manager mentioned, the CAC would work with the city manager and the chief of police to develop city council recommendations to address community race relations and citywide and police policies. I'll briefly cover the structure of the CAC that we are proposing. Conduct study sessions on topics contributing to community members not feeling safe. Develop recommendations regarding city and police policies for council consideration. With the representation, we'd like to make sure that we obviously are including our BIPOC and our other underserved populations, including our youth. We also are wanting to focus on representation from our organizations and other nonprofits representing our BIPOC and other underrepresented communities from our community itself. This, we heard a lot of feedback about our healthcare providers as well as our school district representatives and our business community and other community stakeholders. And because we have seen clear feedback and we need to declare racism as a public health issue, we've made sure to include the healthcare providers as well. It's important to note that these are suggested organizations and not meant to be exclusive. This list is intended to help facilitate the discussion on representation for the CAC. We feel, our staff feels it's the best way to establish an equitable, diverse, and timely CAC. And the city manager and I have engaged almost all of the organizations on this list all who have offered their support and willingness to participate. So the Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, NAACP Sonoma County, 100 Black Men of Sonoma County, the Petaluma Community Relations Council, which is made up of several faith-based and DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, non-government organizations, the North Bay Organizing Project, Petaluma Chapter, representatives from all of our school districts, Petaluma City Schools, Old Adobe, WA, St. Vincent's, and then our Team for Inclusivity, Diversity, and Equity, known as TIDE, in our K through 12 schools, Indivisible Petaluma, sorry about that, a little sensitive here, okay. Sonoma County Blacks, the Healthcare District, the Health Center, Petaluma People Services Center, and the Petaluma Area Chamber of Commerce with their DEI efforts as well. We want to address the Youth Commission and also Petaluma Youth for Cahoots, and then be sure that we're addressing our Latinx community as well as our LGBTQ of Sonoma County. Continuing on the guiding principles, we want to make sure there's a place for safe expression, inclusiveness, and equity, easy participation, and equal access to all community members, that the engagement is meaningful, it's an open process, free of any predetermined outcomes, and then that there's accountability. The city's committed to a fair and open process, honest and respectful in participation, and an informed and fact-based discussion that outcomes reflect the input we received. Our AHCAC member expectations: attend monthly meetings and actively participate in solution-oriented problem solving, give everyone voice, listen to all viewpoints, and treat all with dignity and respect, trustworthiness, and goodwill. The city would continue to facilitate this process and through virtual meetings, and would conduct all of the public information and recaps from the meetings as we move forward. The schedule will be monthly for a total of 6 months that could be discussed and extended if necessary. And the first meeting would be held in mid-March, is our hope, of this year, virtually now, but in person to be determined based on the pandemic. The agenda items for the CAC, we would and are recommending that those would include the recommendations on the task force report on 21st century policing, that it would include the recommendations from the Community Forum on Racism and Interactions with Police in Petaluma from their September 2020 report, as well as the workshop, and then community questions and themes regarding police policies, including use of force, civilian complaints, early warning systems, implicit bias training, police equipment, police trust and transparency, and the need for oversight. And then, of course, any other community questions and themes regarding citywide DEI policies and practices that we discussed at the workshop. We wanted to review and just bring up as consideration for possible agenda items the policing themes poll from the workshop. You can see those items here, and they're contained in the staff report. And then also the citywide themes poll that could be agenda items for the CAC. The next direction from council was to evaluate and develop a crisis intervention and response model. We have engaged a professional services agreement in December with Crisis Consulting, an authorized provider of consulting services for implementation of a White Bird Clinic Cahoots crisis intervention and response program model. They will be evaluating our resources and have already begun here in Petaluma to develop an implementation plan for our community. And staff is working with the consultant to identify potential resources and service providers to assist in developing the implementation plan. We are planning a presentation for the City Council and the community at the March 1st meeting, where we will learn more about the timelines and expected outcomes and milestones. The next direction we received was to review and respond to the recommendations from the Community Forum on Racism and Interactions with Police, their September 2020 report, and the workshop presentation. You'll recall that there were 15 recommendations in total and 3 action items that were requested by the community members. While the information contained in this presentation is meant to inform the community of the current status of ongoing city and police department efforts, all of these items are worthy topics for the Community Advisory Committee to study discuss, and to make additional recommendations or reports to City Council. This is the summary of the 18 recommendations and requested action items. We're happy to report that most of those items are either in process or completed or ongoing, and we look forward to further discussions on those. Additionally, there are 3 items that clearly we've identified that will be discussed moving forward with the CAC. I'll quickly cover those, and because there's 29 recommendations in the task force report, I won't go into detail on all of those, and this will be a very high-level summary report. Recommendation number 1 from the community-led listening session was to reallocate the police budget. As reported previously by the manager and myself, our budget had been previously reallocated and defunded in 2011 to the tune of almost 25% due to the economic recession and the city's chronic deficit. Our recent fiscal and organizational sustainability efforts identified core staffing needs citywide, including in the police department. Understanding the goal of this recommendation, however, we recognize 10% or more of the police department's calls for service involve quality of life issues, such as mental health, substance abuse, and the unsheltered. To address these issues, staff has identified local resources to develop and deploy a CAHOOTS model crisis intervention program, as previously discussed. In addition to the crisis intervention model, staff will be recommending an embedded civilian MFT to help reduce demand on police, fire, and EMS services here in our community. In addition to preventing a crisis, an MFT civilian resource will respond with police to mental health crisis situations as well. Recommendation number 2, CAHOOTS Crisis Intervention and Response Program. I believe that I've spoken to that already, and I'll move on to number 3. Eliminate campus police and replace with counseling services. The city and local school districts have lacked the funding to maintain our school resource officer program. The local program, initiated here in the late 1990s as a community policing and relationship building strategy with our youth. Our last SRO was on a high school campus approximately 2 years ago. We would recommend that the CAC consider a study session on this topic and engage the school districts about existing counseling services and the future of school resource officer programs. Number 4, demilitarize the police. There are 2 items to discuss here: having military surplus equipment and acting as a militarized police force. As community guardians, I'm proud to say we've never acted militarized, and we never will. We have specific tools designed for very specific situations, and we will not use those tools in a way that will instill fear or intimidation in our community. We did accept military surplus equipment to meet our emergency response and preparedness needs that could not be met due to the budget deficit. Our best practices in law enforcement have been to provide our officers with patrol rifles to respond to emergency incidents where suspects are armed or wearing body armor, and department-issued pistols were not effective. The same is true with regard to the armored rescue vehicles when confronting an armed suspect or for situations where rescue of a community member or officer had to be performed under threat of gunfire. The department did receive 12 semi-automatic patrol rifles in 1999 and 2 armored rescue vehicles valued at over $1 million in 2017 at no cost to the city. We are recommending that the CAC conduct a study session on this recommendation for further review. Number 5, form an independent oversight committee for policing in Petaluma. Oversight, which is one of the 6 pillars of a model agency under the President's Task Force Report on 21st Century Policing, police oversight has existed in Petaluma by organizational structure defined by the city charter. Additional oversight is performed by the District Attorney's Office, the Sonoma County Grand Jury, and the California Attorney General. We do recognize that the CAC should conduct additional study sessions on the need for additional oversight if that's determined to be the case. Number 6, establish a complaint reporting system. Current law requires law enforcement agencies to implement a complaint reporting system. Receipt and thorough investigation of complaints are mandated by law, as well as is annual reporting to the Department of Justice. The department for several years has invested more than $20,000 a year for a state-of-the-art software program to manage, investigate, and report civilian complaints. I wanted to take a moment and just address our aggregate data over the last 5 years related to civilian complaints to provide some background. In the last 5 years, the department has averaged 5.4 civilian complaints per year against our staff. 48% of those were unfounded, 7% were exonerated, 15% were not sustained, and 30% were sustained. I wanted to remind everyone that this is coming out of more than 50 to 60,000 calls for service annually, and the actual rate of complaint is almost 0.09%. It's a very small number. We do recognize the CAC may conduct a study session to further review this item. Number 7, budget money for oversight committee. Funding for existing oversight is supported by the general fund. If the city council concludes that additional oversight is needed, funding will be addressed at that time. Number 8, educate the police department about the history of racism and teach them how to increase culturally competent engagement. Staff remains committed to training and improving our cultural competency. All new staff are engaged regarding the history of law enforcement and the interconnection with racism. Our city is embarking upon extensive DEI training, including implicit bias, micro and macro aggressions, and cultural competency. The police department's current DEI efforts can be found on the police department's transparency portal, and we recognize the CAC would likely conduct a study session on this for further review and consideration.
And can I
Number
just
9.
add, Chief, can I just
Yes.
add one thing? That is mandatory training for all city employees.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Number 9, revise police department's use of force policy. Our use of force policy, as well as all policies, are available online for public review. Let's see here. Make sure I didn't get ahead of myself. Yes, for public review on our transparency portal. All of our use of force policies are consistent with the 8 use of force policy recommendations. As mentioned already, we are going to discuss de-escalation, and just like use of force policies, these would be items for discussion and further review by the CAC. Currently, de-escalation is addressed in 9 different areas of the police department policy manual, but we're always willing to look at that to make sure that we're as complete and up to date as possible. Number 11, increase transparency around the reporting of use of force. Use of force is reported annually to the Department of Justice, and data has always been available on the Open Justice website. Starting with 2019 and 2020 use of force data, our police department is now reporting the use of force on our police transparency page. I've always wished the DOJ would require reports on each incident where officers de-escalated a situation with little or no force, which is more common occurrence here in Petaluma. As an example, in 2020, out of almost 50,000 calls for service, only 2.6% of those calls for service resulted in an arrest. Out of those arrests, only 3%, or 39 out of 1,284 arrests, resulted in the use of force. It's a very low rate of use of force in this community by our officers. Number 12, establish policies to implement police accountability, guidelines, and assess racial profiling. This is being addressed by the Racial Identity and Profiling Act, also known as RIPA. Although state law does not require us to report RIPA data until January 1st, 2022, the police department has begun collecting stop data early to address this concern. RIPA data will be available on our police transparency page, and department policy already exists prohibiting racial profiling. Demographics related to arrests and citations are now published on our police transparency portal as well. Number 13, host more community listening circles. The CAC may evaluate this recommendation to determine the need for future listening circles. Number 14, post anti-racism statement about zero tolerance for hate on the city and police department websites. The city of Petaluma is proud to stand with our community against hate and racism, as I mentioned earlier. There is and will be no tolerance for racism, hate speech, and hate crimes in our community. In addition to the previous statements prescribing hate and racism described in the staff report, The city would be honored to draft a statement rejecting racism and hate in our community in concert with the CAC if that is preferred. Number 15, review hiring practices to ensure recruitment of a more ethnically, racially, culturally, and linguistically diverse police force. The city and the police department are committed to diverse hiring practices and to promoting DEI within the city workforce. The CAC may facilitate, and the city would welcome, a workshop on current DEI hiring practices to study the demographics of the current workforce and identify areas for improvement and recommended strategies to improve DEI citywide. The police department's demographics can be found on the police transparency portal. And while our diversity can always be better, we're proud that our workforce represents our Black, Brown, and LGBTQ, as well as our female populations from within the community. Linguistically, our workforce currently can speak Spanish, Arabic, and Punjabi. Finally, from the community-led listening sessions and report, there were 3 action items requested of staff. The first was to extend the contract with Tracy Webb, our consultant, and continue listening circles. That contract has been extended, and she would be facilitating the work for the CAC meetings as we go forward. Commission a task force to address community race relations. This agenda item that we're discussing tonight addresses this requested action. And then launch a CAHOOTS model crisis intervention and response program, which I have already spoken to. Lastly, the 4th recommendation, direction from council, provide a report on the recommendations listed in the 2015 Task Force Report on 21st Century Policing. This presentation will address the themes, pillars, and recommendations from the report. The report, issued in 2015, considered to be best practices in our profession. As leaders in our profession, we embraced the report, shared it with our staff, discussed as a leadership team, and immediately began implementing the recommendations. Like the responses to the community report recommendations, we provided a lot of information, and between this staff report and presentation and the several references and links to our police department trust and transparency page, there's a lot of information to take in. This portion of the presentation will cover a high-level overview of the task force report recommendations, and I'll be available to answer questions following. There were 6 themes and 6 pillars that the 29 recommendations address. First, the themes from the report: changing the culture of policing, embracing community policing, ensuring fair and impartial policing, building community capital, paying attention to officer wellness and safety, and utilizing technology. The task force report pillars: building trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, training and education, and then officer safety and wellness. I'm happy to report that a majority of those recommendations we are in compliance with or have moved to very quickly, but we recognize we can always do more and be better. We do have 2 items that we are partially in compliance with, and those 2 items are the community level surveys that evaluate the trust of the community, and they are recommending that those surveys be conducted annually. The most recent survey was the survey we did to address these DEI efforts, and while it did produce some feedback, we will be doing these surveys annually going forward. And then finally, the recommendation from the task force report is to review situations involving critical incidents, sometimes referred to as near misses or sentinel events. We do conduct after action reviews for those events so that we benefit from those incidents and make sure that the rest of our department and our staff learn from them beyond the officers that were involved in each incident. The second part of that recommendation is community oversight, or at least civilian oversight, which should be defined both in formal and structure by the needs of the community they serve. And clearly we understand that the CAC would review this in a study session and decide whether further oversight is needed in this community for our department. Thank you for your time to present this high-level summary of the work staff has been engaged in and which is listed in greater detail in the staff report, obviously. In addition to staff looking for council direction as indicated here, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you might have about the presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. That was a brief run through of the staff report, which was very, very complete and did have a lot of information in it that I think is going to be something that we might want to ask some questions about in addition to this before we go to public comment. So I do see one hand up, and that's Council Member Fisher.
Just want to ask the chief a question. You said you reached out to most of the organizations that you're recommending be on this CAC, and I'm wondering about the LGBTQ community and who you've talked to, because I don't see Petaluma Pride on here.
That's a great question, Council Member Fisher. I did have a conversation with one member locally, but the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Sonoma County LGBTQ, and Pride are the three organizations we did not, or I did not specifically engage with, and I don't believe the city manager did as well. So they were just provided as suggestions to be sure that we are including that diverse cross-section of our community.
Okay, so can I recommend that we add Petaluma Pride on here as a primary?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and so in that same vein, you know, I think that it is really important here that how we reach out to our community in order to people this ad hoc committee is really important. And I did like that list, but I always have a bias that whoever is on our committees and commissions should be a resident of the city of Petaluma. And I see that some of those groups are Sonoma County, and that's perfectly fine with me. I just want to make sure that if we select someone from one of those committees, or if they recommend someone from their group, that that person be a resident of our city. Because, you know, it's our community that we really want to be hearing from. You know, we can hear from everybody else at another time. I also am going to make a suggestion, because I do believe there are many people in our community, and perhaps this is even more true, I don't really know, of people who are in the BIPOC community who don't belong to organized groups. And so in addition to reaching out to these local established groups, I would like each council member to have the prerogative of appointing one person to this group as well. And in that way, you know, questions of what we think might be missing, someone that we think has a voice that really needs to be heard in this group, can also be heard. So that's something I want to throw out to the other council members. I wouldn't say everybody has to appoint someone, but I would like to say that I think every council member should have the right to appoint someone to this committee. And because it's an ad hoc committee, because it is a very focused committee, I think it needs to be big enough to make sure that the voices of the unheard are included. So that's one of my big concerns. And I really, really admire how thoroughly this report was put together. I think I have some concerns about what staff might consider to be in compliance or completed versus what I think the community might think is really completed. And it is not to say that the task that was as defined wasn't done, but to rather look at it a little bit differently and say that the task is done from the perspective of the job as defined, but perhaps there needs to be some more community input about how that job is defined. For one example, to be very specific about that, I believe that there was a question about engaging public in technology and social media. I think it was 3.3 in the staff presentation. And engaging the public is not the same as hiring a full-time community engagement liaison. That's a very good and very important step that we took, and I am totally in support of that. But there's much, much more, and yet it's marked off as, well, we did that. It's a first step, and so I really want to be sure that, you know, that we understand the difference between these green marks. Don't mean everything is done and we don't need to do more, but that, you know, we are in compliance with what we have to do, and we need to go farther.
Mayor, can I add to that, please? I want to just clarify, because those check marks do not mean that things are complete. I think when the chief put this together, I think his indication was that we had something to report out on those items, but it absolutely does not mean it's complete. And actually, it just means it serves as a baseline for next steps. This is definitely not a done deal. So anything we've seen check marks on does not mean it's complete. It just serves as a baseline. And we're hoping to have the committee actually have those as topics to discuss. So just as clarification.
Thank you. Pardon me. My last concern is, and I know this is like a very difficult thing. Like, what time of day and what day of the week are we looking at having these meetings? Because I think that that's a really important consideration in terms of being able to maximize the people who can come to this. And I know it's going to be virtual, but again, you know, people have, you know, some people are going to have more of their commitments in the evening when their family is home and they don't have an extra set of hands that can take care of that responsibility so they can come to a meeting. Other people are not going to be able to make a day meeting because they have to be out working. So, you know, it's a really difficult thing, but I really want us to be incredibly sensitive and perhaps even poll the people we're asking to be on this committee, like what really would work for you. So those are my comments just from the outset. But I did really get a lot out of reading the staff report. So thank you very much. I know a lot of time went into that. So I'm not seeing any other hands up among our council members. So I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
Mayor Barrett, we have received 6 public comments, which have been posted to the website with the agenda.
Thank you very much. So now I will ask our moderator, Mr. Carter, to open public comment and pick the people who have their hands up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. And we have a number of hands up, so we have the timer showing here. First speaker is Aaron Chmielewski, followed by John Hanania. Aaron, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Aaron Chmielewski, North Bay Organizing Project Chair. I just wanted to touch base. Obviously, a lot of members are here in support of the continued work, and I do appreciate a lot of the work that has already gone into this through staff and everything. And I look forward to a lot of the future steps that we will be taking. So I just had a little prepared thing, so I'll just go through that real quick. Thank you. I believe for police culture, it may be very easy to dismiss community concerns when it doesn't align with the existing system / brotherhood of policing. The PPD's repeated tape of we have done this, we have this, we report this, I can truly believe that it's something that the department believes is already taken care of, and like not a true concern based on the current manuals and protocols in place. Yet we are still here because there are people who feel and experience different realities. And because of that, we have to work even harder to push against the existing system and expect more from ourselves and our community. This is a chance to actually do better and not just justify the job that's already being done. And I do understand, per City Manager Flynn's comment, that the checked, quote unquote, checked boxes aren't actually done, but overall, you know, like a starting point. But I still want to say that I believe that several of the recommendations should most definitely be further addressed. And I do believe that it would be very appropriate that that be done through the ad hoc community advisory committee. And I fully support this forming of the ad hoc committee, though I wish they had a little bit more power. Maybe that can be negotiated. And I hope that we will have a resolution or an approval of this committee being formed tonight, with the hope that there is maybe a requirement also that it is 99% BIPOC members only, preferably 100%, because the people that we need to hear from with these issues are those community members. And you can't, I think there was a good comment, engaging the public is not the same as hiring someone to engage with the public. I really liked that comment, and thank you, Chris, for typing that out for me. And I think it's important that the only members of this committee be specifically BIPOC. But if we can't do it all, I'd still put 99%. Thank you everyone again for your hard work, and everybody out there who's been hanging in there all night and keeping up coming for this topic. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for your comments, Aaron. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Kenyatta Reynolds. John, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First of all, I want to thank you very much for everyone who's been involved in this. This is long, long overdue. There's a lot of the things that Chief Savano have said I agree with, and there's so many things I disagree with. Number one, when he pointed item number 6 about the complaint policy. The complaint policy and procedure, it's in black and white in their policy manual, and they're not following it at all. And in fact, one of the council member is questioned that, and he can't even get an answer. So this will be a perfect opportunity for that council member to speak up. That's one. 2, Chief Savano talked about this de-escalating the situation. It's far, far from the truth. I've asked you 2 meetings ago to direct your staff to release the body cam that took place with Nino Savano when they have every single house in the block with one police officer with high powerful rifle and screaming and yelling. They didn't de-escalate the situation. 3, the military vehicle that need to be painted to represent the City of Petaluma Police Department, not military color, okay? Now, when you want to talk about community policing, you cannot have a police department that they cannot follow the rules and police themselves, okay? You talk about oversight committee. I think it's very, very important to get people who are willing to stand up and have the backbone to hold the staff accountable when there's a wrongdoing. And I would like to challenge, or actually I don't want to say challenge, I want to invite Ken Savano for interview, because you had the interview with uncomfortable conversation with the black man. He doesn't live in Petaluma. He does not know anything about Petaluma. So I would hope you accept that will be televised or on a Zoom, a meeting with me, Ken Savano, and we talk about the history and we talk about the wrongdoing that taken place in Petaluma. The people who work in the department are not following the rules. are giving the rest of them a bad name, and that's not fair. That is not fair to the people who are just want to work and give a service to this community. So I hope you can accept my invitation, Ken, and I hope all of you do the right thing. Thank you very much for all your time. This is long, long overdue.
Thank you for your comments tonight, John. Next speaker is Kenyatta Reynolds, followed by Joanna Pon. Kenyatta, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Hello, I have something prepared, and then the speaker before me nailed all of the things I wanted to say, so thank you. So I don't have to waste my 3 minutes on that. So I have this. Good evening. My name is Kenyatta Reynolds. Some of you know me as I've been very vocal in trying to create a safe community for all in Petaluma. This weekend, I needed to call upon the Petaluma police involving a Black man. I had paused as the last incident with a Black man did not turn into be a positive one. And knowing there are no Black officers in Petaluma, I know this to be true, although Ken Savano has refused to formally retract his pie chart stating the contrary. I was not sure what to expect and which officers would arrive. When the officers arrived, I let them know of my fears and the safety of the man of color. Officer Art Frigda and his training officer, Tawny, were very understanding. I was happy to see a really good community policing this past weekend. I hope that when these types of interactions occur, they are not few and far between, but the norm. And then with that, there was a follow-up today with different officers, and it was back to the same old stuff. And it was definitely a 360 from the incident that I had with Art. He was amazing. He was that is the officer that should be the training officer. He was, you didn't know he was an officer. He was coming from his heart. He was doing what he needed to do. And then 2 days later, you have 2 other officers who won't even look me in the eye and leave the situation when really it was at a climax, and hid behind, well, I can't do this, I can't do that. And so I just hope that we can look at these things as an ad hoc, and I am insistent that I'm on that committee, as I have been very vocal in Petaluma, and respectfully, I think, as well. And I just think that those green check marks were frustrating to see because they're not done. They're not even close to done. They were mentioned. And I think there needs to be a different color. We need to go back and do this chart again and change the things that are in progress and the things that haven't been looked at and the things that are done. But the previous speaker really did speak to all of the things that I had concerns about. And so thank you, Savannah, for putting this together. It was a well done presentation. Thank you, Ms. Barrett, for your comments, as they were also exactly what I was thinking. And thank you, Peggy Flynn, for engaging in this conversation and having it. But I hope that we can engage it more and that everything is more transparent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your comments tonight, Kenyatta. Next speaker is Joanna Paul, followed by Eric Leland. Joanna, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, it's actually Joanna Pon.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Good evening. I come to you today as a community member and mother of 4, as well as the president of the Petaluma City School Board. I would like to ask for your cooperation, Chief Savano and community members, in working with our school system. Recently, a group of parents has brought awareness to issues of off-campus racial discrimination, as well as the increase in harassment and intimidation. However, I do not believe that this burden should be ours alone to bear. First of all, we're not the only school district in town, even though it feels like it sometimes, because the majority of the complaints seem to come to us and not the feeder elementary schools or the junior college. They're a district as well. I have borne witness to PPD being called to incidences, having noted nothing, thereby leaving the issues unresolved, only to have people then ask for Petaluma City Schools to intervene. However, if no information is asked for or obtained, it's impossible for us to intervene in these situations. We are schools. Schools already provide meals, healthcare, counseling, school supplies, physical activity, social services, and yes, we teach to the state standards. We do all these things and we still are burdened, not even burdened, but we still have to educate our students to state standards. To ask us to take on this additional burden without added support is untenable. If the city is serious about addressing discrimination, We ask that you do so proactively, and I'm asking that there be greater communication between the city and the school districts, all of the school districts. We are in the midst of a pandemic, and like you all, find ourselves overwhelmed with all the changing guidelines and safety issues in the efforts to get our schools reopened. We understand that you have this burden too, but this cannot be done alone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jenna. Next speaker is Eric Leland, followed by Janice Cater-Thompson. Eric, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Eric Leland. I'm a resident of Petaluma. I have several, I hope, short points. First, I want to amplify the concern with the poor choice of the green check marks. I think we all know what a check mark means. It means it's done. So this, however you define it differently, is not really very helpful. So that should be changed in the next draft. In addition, there was a statement made by Ken Savano in the presentation discussing, I think the phrase was embedded MFTs was a goal or a target of launching some alternative to crisis response. I just want to emphasize that we shouldn't be making assumptions around like what's the model that should work. I mean, this is the whole point of having kind of the AHCAC being formed. There's plenty of models where the independence of that group has worked wonders, and there's dozens of those across the nation. So having a situation where an MFT, for instance, is not merely embedded with the police, but is actually the primary responder in a situation of mental health concern, has been a great way to approach a problem with compassion and peace. So I just want to reflect that let's not make these assumptions as we go into a situation where we're actually supposed to be planful together as a community about how this structure should work. In addition, I just want to point out that there's a article recently covering a proposal from Ithaca, New York, looking at some alternatives to crisis response, including a fairly what some might call radical, but it looks like a really innovative proposal to me to create a Department of Community Solutions and Public Safety, basically sort of, taking the sort of model of the police and sort of ending that and starting a new model that has folks that are, yes, armed and folks that are unarmed, but reconstituted as a completely different non-police model and separating the violent force from the sort of non-violent force without all the baggage of the history of legacy of racism and violence that current police brings. So I'd just like to point that out as a 100-page proposal by that city. It's very innovative, and I think we could learn a lot of lessons from that. Thanks for the time, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Eric. Next speaker is Janice Cater-Thompson, followed by Zaira Garcia. Janice, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. I just really appreciate all the speakers tonight. I appreciate the report. But I want to talk about, go into the schools a little bit and why it's so important that the city council and the school district work together. As some of you might know, there's a political move and it's a campaign to reopen public and private Petaluma schools. And yet we're in the middle of a pandemic. Vaccination, the process has not gone really smooth. And yet you have a lot of parents that are really angry and they want the school opened. But there's been a lot of really negative comments toward our president of the Petaluma School District. I spoke with the superintendent of the old Adobe School District today, and I have not talked to anybody at the WA District, but I really think that there are a lot of racial issues going on. And if a presentation like this could be formatted for the schools, I think it would be a real benefit. And so you'd really be inclusive, bringing the school boards up to par or up to date on what's going on. I know Joanna has been following it, but I don't know what other school board members have. And I just think it's really important to definitely reach out to the old Adobe and the WA school districts and bring everybody together to start talking about racial issues in this town. Part of this campaign passed posts on Facebook that I have read. They've been pretty racially motivated by some of the starters of this group. And we can't have racial issues going on in our schools anymore. We can't separate the city of Petaluma and then our schools. And I hope you start working together on this. And I really do hope that, Ken, that maybe you could do a presentation that's different, that would fit in with the schools, like you've done tonight. I think it's a real benefit. And not everybody watches city council meetings, but right now it seems like the school board meetings are a hot topic. So I appreciate all that you're doing, and thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Janice. Next speaker is Zaira Garcia, followed by Anne Marie Daniels. Zaira, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hey everyone, good evening. Thanks so much. I want to thank first and foremost Mayor Barrett. I think you nailed a couple of the things that have or can be a struggle and an obstacle for more participation. So thank you for that. Also, John, the previous commenter, hit it on the nail. So I too will dismiss some of my comments. But again, you have witnessed, you have heard from lived experiences of Tracy Webb as a Black woman. You have heard from Joanna Pond as a Black woman. You have heard from Kiana Reynolds as a Black woman. You have heard from Superintendent Black woman from Old Adobe addressing racial tension in our schools. It doesn't just stop at the city level. This is a community that we need to continue to fight and dismantle white supremacy, not just the ideas, but the behaviors, because the harassment among other community members that are embedded with hate is seriously causing disruption to our community. I also want to make sure that police, we do not do mutual aid. And again, I'm asking whether or not Petaluma Police Department participated in protests during Santa Rosa of the George Floyd. I have yet to ask or get answers from that. I also would like to ensure that Petaluma Police Department does not support things like those when it comes to peaceful protest. Another thing is the ad hoc committee 100% needs to be filled with Black, Indigenous people of color. That is most important, because never in Petaluma's history have there ever been a conversation where you involve Black, Indigenous people of color. Petaluma is notorious for denial of racism. You have seen me come up in public comment again and again and again and again and again and address it. So now is the time to put some political will into making sure that this CAC represents a community with lived experiences. Another thing is, I definitely do not want an ad hoc that involves police that are tied to white supremacy ideologies, behaviors, or people who might have relationships with police. Because we have seen where police in Petaluma are either friends, family members, which rightfully so, right? It's made up of families, but I want to make sure that they're not tied to white supremacy ideologies or behaviors. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you for your comments, Zaira. Next speaker is Anne Marie Daniels, followed by Luz Weir. Anne Marie, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Yeah, so I also was pleased with Mayor Barrett's clarification on the check marks, because I did get an email a couple of days ago about this and looked at the report, and it was very thorough, and I appreciated that it followed also the thorough agenda or structure that the BIPOC community also put forward, and so it was truly a response. So I appreciated that, but I was frustrated by my initial interpretation of the check marks. But I'm glad to have a clarification that you just agree that you agree that you want to do some of these things. And because there is a couple of points that I wanted to just point out. Your whole workforce doesn't speak Spanish or Punjabi or any of the, if you have a few officers that speak Spanish, that doesn't really solve the problem that was brought up in the listening circles of having scenarios where officers would show up and not be able to speak and communicate with the Spanish speaking resident that they're working with or that they're interacting with. So all officers should at least speak Spanish. With the prevalence of that language in our community, it would be great if they also spoke more languages that are, and as a side as well, we see this with the city council and the city's communications as well. Sometimes we have Spanish translation, sometimes we don't. So it links to the social media of 21st Task Force. If we look at the social media, Spanish-speaking citizens will only get part of the story. And I do see Spanish translations and sometimes not. And I wanted to also just point out that when we talked about the filing a complaint about staff, when I looked at the Petaluma police website, you actually have to go to contact us and then scroll down and then find it. Whereas if you want to file a report, there's actually just like a visual square to file a report. I think we would get more complaints about officers at Leghorn Park, you know, misquoting the free speech, or all of the commotion around the Nixle alert labeling an innocent brown couple as suspects based on a white woman's word. So I think we would get, if we're investing in that complaint system, it should be more out there and more front. We don't have anything to be afraid of, to have a clear answer and have the community know where to put these frustrations in. So I did appreciate that this is a big step in the right direction. I think the 30-day limit made a big difference, and I look forward to having more clear deadlines and actions for this committee.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Next speaker is Lou Zwier, followed by Claudia de la Peña. Lou, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. So I'm from the Petaluma Community Relations Council, and I just wanted to say, you know, we were involved in we've done a lot of community stuff, but we were also involved in the planning and the execution of the listening circles. And so I just want to say that, you know, I'm really happy to see what has been the report tonight and the steps that have been taken to recommend forming a council and what the makeup of it is going to be, very broad. I agree with many of the things that have been said this evening. You know, I would say just as a group, we're just very happy to see progress being made on some specific things, like that the city has engaged an agency that does the Cahoots model, and that the city is in the process of working with them. Not that that's completely finished, and that, like the comments that Eric made about different kinds of ways of engaging, that's hopefully not foreclosed. But it's great to see that the city has actually taken steps and engaged someone in doing that. So it's encouraging to see progress like that being made, and we look forward to collaborating with all the members of the community that come together in the council and the city and the police department in, you know, making progress. The other thing that I think is really important, that's been said by many other people, is just how all the information that was presented, that there's more discussion that needs to happen about all of those things. And that's certainly clear from all the comments that have been made tonight, that while it's great to see the chief reporting on the progress or the steps that have been done related to various recommendations, that doesn't mean that there isn't more work to do there, or there isn't more discussion to have there. And this is the beginning of a process, not the end of a process. So it's great to know what has been happening. And it's also great to know that we're going to continue to have a conversation about understanding really what the community wants, and in order to be served well. Yeah, so that's my comment.
Thank you for your comments, Lou. Next speaker is Claudia de la Peña, followed by Sarah from Tide. Claudia, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the city staff and Chief Savano for putting together the report that was presented this evening. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time. I just have a very simple request. Because Petaluma is not known for diversity, I'll know this, I'd really like to strongly request that people who live outside or who live in the unincorporated area of Petaluma be allowed to be a part of this ad hoc committee. Maybe that will ensure that you'll have as much diversity as possible to represent the communities that we're all speaking about and that need to be represented. And I'm assuming at some point we're going to hear how these members are going to be selected. So I'm interested in hearing about the selection process. But again, I'd like this to be open to all Petalumans just to make sure that everything is fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next speaker is Sarah from Tide, followed by Warren Drannett. Sarah, you may unmute yourself, begin speaking.
Hi there. Thank you again for having this. I wanted to have a couple of points because everyone has said some really good stuff. Mostly, I want to talk about the continuation and the collaboration between the school system and our city and the police. I think that when Asian community members and Black community members are harassed in the streets by students and by the youth, there needs to be a collaboration between the schools and the police department and the city. I think that when our leadership of color and LGBTQ community leaders receive significant harassment at the PCS, at the Petaluma City School Board meetings, there needs to be an aligned and cohesive response. We hope that the Chief Savano is able to come to a Petaluma City School Board meeting tomorrow and speak to a code of conduct that we can have in our schools that address harassment and racial harassment. I hope that we can also have that similar kind of code of conduct and an aligned vision of how we are going to be in the public spaces with one another, come out of this ad hoc committee, and a vision that we can all stick to. I echo what Claudia de la Peña was saying. There are people who live outside of the city limits that are directly affected by what happens in town. My children are mixed race and they go to Petaluma City Schools. We live half a mile outside of town. If this were the case, then they would not be able to be participants in this. I think perhaps we might also want to think about having some student engagement in this. I think that we should also discuss how are we going to have this be accessible to those who do not speak English. Are we going to have Spanish speakers in there? We need to be able to allot for the time in which those speakers, if they need some sort of interpretation, whether it be, American Sign Language, Spanish, any other language that might come to the table, that there be significant time allotted in these meetings to be able to have that interpretation and not be rushed through. I think also another thing that we could think about is perhaps a stipend for those who cannot afford to lose time for work to be able to be a part of these meetings. I think I am calling for a resolution and approval of this ad hoc committee, and I do not think that 6 months is going to be enough. I think that this should be an ongoing committee that is perhaps develops over time so that we can have that aligned vision between all of the pillars of our public space. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker is Warren Drannett, followed by Mike Miller. Warren, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I am speaking this evening as a member of the Petaluma Chamber's Board of Directors and chair of its Government Affairs Committee. I would like to thank the City Council, City Manager Flynn, Chief Savano for your leadership on this topic and moving it forward. As you're hearing tonight, and as we heard in the workshop, that there are a lot of very important voices out there and a lot of very specific experiences that need to be heard and integrated into this conversation and brought forward. But I did want to thank the city for recognizing that the business community is an important voice as well. It is an important interface with the community, and that as the city continues to address this important and difficult subject and move towards making the city a much better community that we know it can be, that having the business community at the table is important and a valuable voice for achieving that goal. And so I look forward to having the business community as part of that conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Warren. Next speaker is Mike Miller, followed by Catherine Wells. Mike, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Miller. I am African American, Petaluma resident, father of two, both in Petaluma public schools. First, I just want to say that I recognize that all BIPOC and LGBT community suffer from a similar police culture that does not represent or support our community. So even though my point of view is very much tainted by an African American lens, I definitely feel like what I'm talking about resonates with many other groups. I started attending as many of these virtual town meetings as I could after the murder of George Floyd, because I felt like it presented a clear and present danger for me and my family. My goal is to attempt to engage in a dialogue with city leaders to express some of my concerns directly to the people who are in a position to really affect police policy change. I just want to throw out a couple of numbers for you. The number of law enforcement officers killed and assaulted nationwide in a 9-year period from 2010 to 2019, 511. That's an awful number, and it really saddens me to believe that any police officers, men or women, are being harmed or killed in the line of duty. The number of American citizens killed by police nationwide in a 6-year period from 2013 to 2019, 7,666. That's appalling. That's an average of 3 Americans killed by police every single day. African Americans are 28% of those killed by police since 2013, despite only being 13% of the total population. African Americans are 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white Americans, despite being 1.3 times less likely to be armed. 8 of the 100 largest American cities kill African Americans at a larger amount than the current US murder rate. And we may believe that this isn't something that's happening in Petaluma, but every statistic says that the number of police killings in rural and small communities has been going up steadily over the past 10 years. I think what really is the most shocking is that 99.5% of killings by police from 2013 to 2019 have resulted in the officers either not being charged or acquitted of all charges. So in terms of the powers presented to the ad hoc committee, I'd really like to see some powers to get involved with the police union, police contracts, to see if we could do something about waiving qualified immunity. Because I think if we can start to hold police officers accountable for their actions, we can really start to change the police culture and start to attract officers who are prepared to be responsible for their actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Mike. Next speaker is Catherine Wells, followed by Josh Simmons.
I loved it. It's just you should back your source.
Catherine, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you so much. I also am here to represent the Petaluma City, Petaluma Area Chamber of Commerce, along with Warren Drannett, and just wanted to thank the City Council, city staff, and Chief Savano for all of the work that has been put into this report and into addressing these issues by creating the ad hoc committee. And I too am thankful to have the Chamber of Commerce and the business community participate. I think it's really important for business community and, as Chief Savano pointed out, healthcare community, the schools, everybody to participate so that we can all learn and listen and create a better city together. So I just wanted to thank you all again for your time. That's it.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Catherine. Next speaker is Josh Simmons. Josh, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Good evening again, City Council and City staff. I'll just keep this really brief. I want to underscore what Sarah from Tide was suggesting, insofar as perhaps there's a stipend provided to people who could participate on this. What we know is that these things take time, and free time is a proxy for privilege. And we're looking to really engage community who lacks privilege. And so anything we can do to give them that free time, whether that's providing a stipend or supporting them with childcare, even if it's a virtual meeting, whatever the accommodation is, I think we should be ready to try to support that within reason. What I would suggest is perhaps having an accommodations sort of questionnaire as part of the application process. And I would keep that separate from the applications that are actually reviewed in terms of like what people, picking people by merit and the perspectives you want. That way, the need of accommodation does not taint the process, the selection process itself, because sometimes if those are combined, there's a tendency to want to minimize the amount of spend on accommodations. Obviously, we don't want that. We want to be able to take people where they're at. So yes, please invest some resources in this and accommodations, whether that's childcare stipend or language access of various types. Thank you all for your hard work on this. Good night.
Thank you, Josh. Next speaker is Michael Titone. Michael, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, but I would like to give my perspective on this presentation because I am very tied into what's going on with police accountability in Sonoma County. I did feel that this presentation was defensive. The use of the green check boxes is one thing, but I totally agree that the comments previously made about the languages officers speak. What does that mean systemically? What does that mean for how is language justice, or how are officers being brought out to situations such that people who don't speak English or speak English as a second language are understand their rights and understand what's going on. It was mentioned that there's a low number of use of force instances compared to de-escalation instances, but how did those statistics bear out with respect to race? What happened because of those use of force incidents? Was there discipline? These are things that I think I don't see that as those very complete investigations of those particular checkboxes. I think those need to be more completed. And overall, I got the impression that the presentation was just kind of like, yeah, we're doing most of these things, so we're whatever you guys want to do more, we'll do it. And I think that we have to really be listening to the community, especially community members of color and those who are affected the most by police brutality. And I totally agree that those people should make up 100% of the ad hoc committee. I agree that there should be no officers with ties to white supremacy, and there absolutely needs to be a recognition that this is something that the community has to figure out. It's not necessarily going to involve the existing police structure the way that it currently is set up. I think cahoots-like models are great for addressing quality of life ordinances. I want that here in Santa Rosa. Policing is not the solution to homelessness. We need to, take the police out of the equation. Absolutely. So those are some of the comments I wanted to make. But thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Madam Mayor, I see no other hands raised, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody in the public who has made an effort to have your voice heard. I certainly appreciate that. I'm going to bring it back to the council here. And I guess there's several things I guess we want to talk about, but one of the things we probably should address is the criteria for selecting who would be on this ad hoc committee. Also, I think I will just say what my opinion is this is an ad hoc committee. This isn't a committee that is going to do a long-term overhaul of how we do policing in our community. I believe this is the group that is going to identify the areas that need work, that need to be addressed, and that we need to go forward with and set up the policies to do that work, to make the policing and the community mesh together and fit, have the right policing for our community. And that is what I want to hear from this community. I know I've said it before, but in case someone is on this call who hasn't heard it, I've been involved throughout, since June, with the whole Obama Foundation mayors looking at policing in our communities. And I've attended a lot of webinars about how this is done in other places. And this is incremental. It doesn't just have one group that meets for 6 months and then everything is good. It's the beginning, a group that comes together and identifies what the issues are that need to be addressed, and suggestions of how we are going to do that, how we are going to make those first steps. And then, then you start looking at implementing some of those changes as you're going along with other things. There become parallel tracks that people go down. So I think initially when we're talking about 6 months, it may or may not be long enough. I don't know that answer. But I do know that it's a good start, and we need to be sure that we're looking at people who can have a voice. People who want to be on this committee need to be people who are strong enough to voice their opinion about what needs to be changed. Because we have heard from a lot of people who don't feel safe speaking. But this is going to be a group that is working with police and working with city staff and working with one another. And so, that will be a requirement. So when people are thinking about whether they want to be part of this, they need to be able to say, can I do that? Because not everybody can. And however, the people who are on this committee could have the ear or to hear those other people who don't feel they can say that. So it's, I think in discussing how we are putting this group together, I'd like to hear from the council about that. And now that we have closed public comment, I would like to hear what the council feels would be a good way to start. I think staff gave us a list of 19, I believe, groups, which included the 3 school districts that make up the bulk of our city: the Unified School District, the WAS School District, and the Old Adobe School District, and St. Vincent's. And how someone comes from that school or one of those schools, I think my opinion is that could be determined by the organization or the group. To say, this is who we would like to have represent our interests on your group. Clearly, I have said I didn't want people outside the city limits, and I did hear you. You don't agree with me. I'm going to stand by that, but I can be outvoted. I really do feel that, our responsibilities to the residents of the city. I do understand that school districts and police do address people outside our city, but that's another issue. So I'm just going to throw out some topics that I would love to hear our council talk about regarding the criteria for selection: resident, non-resident, BIPOC preference. How do you want to address that? 18 and over or children. Students were suggested by someone. the powers of this group as we're thinking about it. Should there be a stipend? If so, what is it? 6 months or more? Council selection or of the members, or do we let the groups suggest the members? And I had offered earlier a sort of a hybrid where we allow the groups to suggest who they want to have on this committee representing them, and then each council member gets to put one person on this committee. And another thing I really want to preface everything by saying, we want this to be a timely start. And a dragged out process of who's going to be on that committee just delays it. And I'm really not that interested in delaying getting started on this. It's already been quite a long time. And if these groups that were named haven't got a clue about who might be the right person, then we're really in trouble. So I'm just going to say I would take their recommendation of who they think meets our criteria. So Vice Mayor, no, Council Member, keep doing that. Council Member Fisher, and then Council Member King, and Council Member Healy. So that's the order.
I was like, wait, Brian didn't have his hand up. Wait a minute.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Let me see if I can address these. I think I wrote them all down. I do think that we should allow people within Petaluma's zip code and not necessarily just within the city limits, because so many of those people are affected. So that's number one, residents. I think it should be 100% BIPOC, with the minor exception that we need to get LGBTQ in there. I realize our experiences are not the same, but there are some similarities. In terms of 18 or over, I don't think that there should be a limitation. I think that we should allow younger students as well. I mean, we're about to appoint 2 youth to our climate commission, and there's some very well-spoken 14 and 15-year-olds. In terms of powers, I'm going to set that aside for the moment. In terms of stipend, yes, I think we should be offering one, and I really like Joshua Simon's recommendation that we have an accommodations sort of survey. You know, do you need assistance? Do you need childcare? Do you need monetary assistance in order to participate? Do you need internet service? Do you need a computer? What do you need? In terms of 6 months or more, I think we should plan on 6 months and see what happens, and know that it can be extended if need be. But I agree with you, and thank you for framing that, Mayor Barrett, about sort of what this process might look like. And obviously we're in the middle of this process, or maybe we're just at the beginning of it. And then in terms of whether council members should be able to appoint members, first of all, I think that I agree that the groups that have been identified should identify their members that they think would most clearly represent their group on this committee. I don't feel strongly about having us as council members appoint somebody. I mean, if there's a gap that we see, then yes, but I'm pretty confident that given all of these groups that we'll have a pretty inclusive group, except for, yeah, that's my belief. All right, thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully I'll touch on all these points, but in terms of resident versus non-resident, ordinarily I would agree with you, Madam Mayor. In fact, I think I have on that subject almost through my entire tenure. On this one, though, given the breadth of comments about the school districts, plural, and the interaction with our police department in the city, with people who come in and out of the city, I would have a preference for either a Petaluma zip code or using the boundaries that are inclusive of the Petaluma school district. I'm not wedded to either. Not sure I know exactly where the cutoff line is, but for this endeavor, that's local enough for me. On a BIPOC preference, I would just recommend a preference for that. I really am less certain that every organization will send someone of color, but that would be my preference. But I do think it's going to another point of the groups that are on the list and may be added to the list, that they do have a free rein to choose who they are going to send, so that they have that ability. With youth, no, I don't have any problem with adding youth. I think, given what we've heard, that could be a real positive toward the ad hoc committee. As far as 6 months, I think the committee can make that determination in part. 6 months is, well, in the life of government, it's not a long time. And, I think that if the committee needs more on an issue, we should be open-minded to permitting that to happen. Stipend, I'm inclined to say no. I'm not going to die on my sword on this. I will point out that none of the other commissioners or committee members get a stipend. But if the majority go for that, I'm fine. As for council selections, I'm fine with that too. I think I agree with the mayor with respect to that. And I did have one other comment, and from some of the comments that were made from members of the public regarding the school districts and outreach. And I know that's difficult because of jurisdictional limits we cannot impose on them, and so vice versa. But and we do have to, in some respects, be invited. But I would like to see this committee examine that, because we've heard that time and again, and that concern expressed time and again. And to the degree that these school districts are willing to hear from our police chief and our senior officers, give presentations, engage with the city government on those issues, I certainly favor that, including to some degree an engagement with this ad hoc committee. And Councilmember Fisher had recommended a group to be added, Petaluma Pride, and I certainly think if there's an interest in that, I would support that. That's not on the list you gave, but it did get raised by Councilmember Fisher. So I think that's it. I think I've covered everything that you asked about.
Thank you. Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Healy, followed by Dennis Posake, and then Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think it's more than the 23, as I counted them, groups recommending members for this ad hoc. I think we're asking them to select them. And I think that's actually healthier than if we were to accept applications or even recommendations and then make the selections ourselves. So I think, and again, that goes to your point, Madam Mayor, that this will accelerate the process. We don't have to go through a nomination proceeding, and this has been taking long enough as it is. So I would support the 23 groups, or 24 if we add a couple more, just telling us who their representative is, and we'll go with that. I agree with Councilmember King. There should be a preference for BIPOC, but if some groups don't have BIPOC members or support ones, send someone else, that would be okay. I'm fine if the council wishes to do it, to have each of us appointed an individual. Looking at the groups that were listed, I think some of them are likely to send youth members as it is. So I don't know that we need or should have a separate selection process, but I guess I'd say that we can see who gets appointed by the groups, and if we're lacking a youth component, then maybe we can step in and add some more folks there. I agree that the group should set its own timeframes with the thought that we'd like things to move quickly. And they might be able to spin off some recommendations before others. Others may be more challenging and may take longer, but I think when they have things for us to consider, they should send them when they're ready and not just wait for the whole thing to be wrapped up neatly with a bow. My preference would be to limit it to city residents within the city limits, because the sheriff's department covers law enforcement outside our city limits. And I would hope the sheriff's department and the county would be engaging in a process similar to this one, because they need it as much as we do. Thank you.
Dennis Pusakay, followed by Kevin McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't feel strongly about city residents versus Petaluma zip codes. I'm happy with youth being involved. I'm happy with having each of these groups that have been mentioned at least have the opportunity to select a member of this committee. I'm sure it has to be at least a majority of BIPOC residents, but I'm concerned that in the planning of the listening circles, and I defer to someone that was directly involved in that, that having circles of all BIPOC members was felt necessary to get folks to come out. And that's one concern I have with not having the group limited to BIPOC to begin with. But I defer to others on that. And finally, there are more and more calls for a stipend to get folks who are not well off financially to take part in city stuff, and things change. And I think this may be as good a reason as any for us to try this, the stipend for need, if you will, that Resident Simmons suggested. I think we're going to have to try this at some time, and this might be as good a time as any. Stipend, childcare, I don't know. I think we need to see how these things go. It comes up more and more when we're trying to diversify input into issues. I think that's enough.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. So I do think each of the groups ought to have a self-selection and send their own representative. I could go either way on the zip code versus resident within city limits. I'm very glad that Councilwoman Fisher added the LGBTQ. I was actually thinking parents as well, but I think just having the firsthand experience might be there. And the listed youth parties are fine, and if one of the listed non-youth parties wants to send a youth in their place, well, good for them. That's empowering. I do think language support's a key item, and the stipends, that gets into a really complicated area. If we say it's a needs-based, then who determines the needs? Do we say it's just not needs? It's a new standard. There'll be issues to work out on that. I'm not opposed to exploring new issues, but I think in advance we ought to be thanking this new committee, because this is a huge task they're taking on, and just everything's on the table for them, every listed element and check and box that we saw, and it will take all that time, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. I'd like to acknowledge that in 30 days we had this report produced, and the most common gripe about the report was the use of check marks. I think that that's a good symbol that we're moving in the right direction, and I'm really grateful that in short order, our city manager, our police chief, and I'm sure several other staff put together a great start. In terms of boundaries, I'm in favor of zip codes. I know there's sort of two things that we're talking about here. One is racism, and the other one is policing. And policing lives within our boundaries, and racism does not. And that's why I'm supporting the zip codes over city resident. I'm okay having youth. I agree that it should probably be a group that's recommending it. And if that means we need to find another group that is, going to provide that, that's fine with me. In terms of the timing, I appreciated what Councilmember Healy said, both that they should be bringing us things as they find consensus on them and make recommendations, and that they should define their timeline. So I like the idea of having a council appointments. Big fan of stipends for people. I know that it's, I understand what Councilmember McDonald said about that. I also feel like if you ask someone, is it a challenge for you with childcare, or is it a challenge for you with missing work or something? Would you do it if you didn't have to miss work and skip pay? They're not lying about that. Nobody's going to lie about those things. So it's not about, it's just ask if they need something and fulfill their need. We want them involved. Of course, translation services. I also think that because it's racism and policing, it might be good to have someone from our in-house community. They certainly interface with our police department on a regular basis, and I think it's a perspective that, well, they're certainly maybe the downtown streets team could participate in it. Maybe COTS could participate in it, but maybe the downtown streets team or COTS could identify an unhoused person that they recommend to be on the ad hoc. And I think it'd be nice to have that voice represented. One of the things that I'm, a little concerned about is that we're very strong on the experience and representation of experience. There's also the representation of people with expertise or experience in law enforcement and law enforcement oversight in particular. So maybe the groups will bring that forward, but it's something that I'd like to have is make sure that we have people with experience with law enforcement oversight, officer wellness, things like that are steeped in those topics too, because part of our policing, reform is not just looking at how they interface with the community, but also how, their own wellness, and making sure that we're building a culture of wellness in the department. So that's something that I'm not seeing represented on the groups that are listed, but I hope we can find. So I think that's all the points there.
Okay, thank you. So our council member King and McDonald, did you just leave your hands up, or did you have more to say? Okay, council member McDonald.
Yeah, and just had two little elements. One is the Continuum of Care Board has two lived experience homeless people on the board, and I've seen a few over the years, and actually the contributions there are fabulous. I wouldn't be opposed to adding from that perspective as well. And then I didn't mention about council appointments, and I think council appointments perhaps good, but I'd like to suggest it be from BIPOC representation to augment maybe something that gets missed in the selection process. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not understand what that last part of your sentence said.
I think a council appointment should only be from the BIPOC community.
Well, okay, I'll just jump in here in that it seems to me that I think Mr. Healy said it, and then I was thinking about it when the vice mayor was talking, is, you know, groups that may not seem to be represented, then that would be a good place for the council to be able to say, okay, I'm going to use my vote, or I'm going to appoint someone from this group, like let's say a shelterless person, you know, because no one seems to fit that degree. Or let's say just no students were supported, and someone says, I want to find a student that I want to that will be my representative. I think that is how I was envisioning using the council's role of appointing someone. So that way, if you have something that you think should be there that isn't, that's your prerogative as a council member. And I'm just throwing that out because, again, I don't want us to get bogged down, because it's almost getting to the point where we have to get an approval to go on beyond this time for our meeting. And we have 2 more very serious things to be doing tonight. So I see our city attorney's hand is up, and so I just would ask you to go ahead and speak now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, because you're right, we're going to need a motion to continue the meeting. I wanted to offer a couple of sort of procedural or legal suggestions. One is I'm concerned about the constitutionality of excluding people based on sex, sexual orientation, or race. I think the whole, even though the whole exercise is to address inclusivity from among those categories, I think a good concept is to encourage and invite participation that ensures the broad representation that the council wants without excluding people based on protected status. And I suspect that not only is that it's that sounder in terms of constitutional requirements, I think that'll get us exactly where we need to get. And another thing procedurally, the way that the council is constructed under the charter and the municipal code, there's really no separate appointment power that any individual member has. But you certainly could set up a selection process whereby each member could offer a selection to be ratified by the rest of the body when you ratify all the selections. And so I think that's a hybrid way to get there. So those are my suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you. That did occur to me, and I did think we could do a procedural overrun on that one. So thank you for that suggestion. And I also agree about, the whole idea that you have a legal requirement not to not choose someone solely based on their race, or their sexual orientation or whatever. So we need to actually apply that in all directions there. The Vice Mayor, Councilmember Posake had his hand up, and then I'm not sure if the Vice Mayor still has his hand up or again. You're right. Okay, so Posake and then Barnacle.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you want to move on. I thought I'd come back to this, but I just wanted to add that I agree with the Vice Mayor that the police officer wellness is an important thing to take into account for this committee as well. That didn't really get mentioned in the report.
Okay, before you stop, could you make a motion that we continue past 11 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion that we continue past 11.
Thank you. I'll second that. And can we have a roll call vote by the city clerk?
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy? Healy, I didn't hear you, sorry.
Maybe he's frozen.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Healy, we'll try you one more time.
Mr. Healy, can you hear us?
The motion passes 6-1 with Healy abstaining.
Okay, perhaps someone.
Yes.
Oh,
There we go.
can you hear us now, Mike? Okay, I'm not sure what's happening there. He does look like he's frozen. Okay.
Whole time.
Are you on? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We couldn't hear you. Okay. Was that a yes on the roll call vote?
It was.
Thank you. Okay. So now we'll continue. The Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that maybe there's a new thing in Zoom world where there's a new called frozen and you can't vote. I would like to formally add someone from the Downtown Streets team, either represented or they recommend someone to be represented.
You're muted, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Getting a consensus from this, I believe I definitely heard that more people want to have the pool expanded to people who are in the Petaluma community but outside the city limits. And I would just like to see if we could go by the school district limits of WA and Old Adobe and Petaluma Unified School District. Is there any opposition to that as the pool from which we seek? Okay, thank you. Groups choosing whoever they want to recommend or represent them, as I definitely heard a majority on that. Any opposition to that? Just please raise your hand if there is. I heard that people thought we should be flexible, start with 6 months, but we should be flexible and see how it's going. I thought I heard that there was a majority of people who were interested in a council selection, but it was maybe only 4 or 5. I'm not sure. Is anybody opposed to it?
No.
Okay, all right. Youth, yes, we're going to leave that up to the groups to select, so that's good. Language support, I don't think there's opposition to that. And adding the Downtown Streets team to the groups that were listed was suggested. Is anybody opposed to that? Do you think that's the right group for trying to get an unhoused person? Okay, I think that is a good choice. The idea that if this group comes to a conclusion about something, that they can pass it on to us in a more, I don't want to say this derogatorily, but in a more piecemeal sort of way, rather than waiting for their entire work to be done. Are people okay with that? Getting bits of work sent up back to council? Okay, if that becomes a process that works for this group, then we can incorporate that into their options. Stipend, I think we were all over the board on that one. I think that the member from the public, Mr. Simmons, had a very good way of saying that Councilmember Fisher reiterated, in that, if people need an accommodation and they could perhaps let the city staff know that, and then we can go forward with that to see how we can address this. I don't know what else to do. Does anyone have a suggestion on going forward on that? Yeah, okay, all right, well, let's just try that and see if that works. Because I think whoever it was, I think it was the vice mayor who said if people have a need, they have a need and they'll let you know. Okay. Was there anything else that I didn't capture there? Council Member Postgate?
Just one other group I thought of that I didn't think was overlapped with any of the other groups, which although it's a political party, the Democratic Socialist Group.
Yeah, I think we're not doing political parties. I mean,
okay, I was just I understand that, but just struck me that they weren't a member of any of the other groups.
Well, they may be. I mean, individuals have a right to be in any party they want to be. So, yeah, but I think we're looking particularly at marginalized groups in town.
Okay.
Okay. So, does anybody have any other direction? When would we like to see this come back? I think actually that's something to ask staff. When do you think you can do the outreach to these community groups, get their suggestions, well, their I guess suggestions about who they would like to represent them to us. And I think in the interim, whatever the deadline is that you're going to set, let council members know so that we can also be looking at different groups so that we can just fill in at the time that we see everybody's position or recommendations with people we think represent groups that are underrepresented.
So Mayor, we are already in contact with the majority. Actually, I was just thinking even DST and COTS. I think that could easily be done in the next week. I'm gonna say week, hoping that the organizations can give us their representation, and I would assume that we could bring this back in mid-March. Ken?
He's nodding. I see, yes, a thumb is up. Okay, so that looks good. And this was a lot of pulling things together. So thanks everybody for
Thank you.
Thinking about all the options. There's a hand up from Councilmember McDonald.
Not too complicated, but shall we offer the groups the opportunity for an alternate so that they're able to meet meetings? Refer that to staff for staff consideration.
Yes, I would staff figure that out, because that gets to be pretty tricky, and I do really feel it's really important that people be there for the entire period, because and I know things happen in your life, but it's just the kind of thing where you need continuity. So let's work for that, and always have a plan B on the side. So, okay, thank you all. So is that enough direction to staff?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yes,
thank you very much. And again, thank you, staff, for addressing this and getting it back to us in such a good turnaround. We appreciate that. Okay, so now we are on to item 5B. And
Madam Mayor, if I can interject real quick, I had announced at the beginning of the meeting that I was going to be checking out at some point. And while I know these last two items are vitally important, a couple hours past where I should be here, to be candid. And if I don't leave, I'm probably going to get murdered by my wife as well. So I better take off. And I wish you all well. No, I'm serious. She came down about an hour and a half ago and was about to give me the hook. So
okay.
Anyway,
Get better.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're down to 6, and I see Patrick has his hand up.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just want to do a mic check with Councilmember Healy, just to make sure there's somebody in the audience with his name that keeps raising and lowering their hand. So I wanted to.
Yeah, that's
check
my
to see-
evil twin.
Okay, so that's not you. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to join the meeting in a different way.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so, thank you. And now we are on to item 5B. This is the resolution appointing individuals to fill unscheduled vacancies on city commissions and committees. And our city clerk, take this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As you mentioned, this is before you to fill unscheduled vacancies on various city commissions and committees. Quite a few unscheduled vacancies exist on those city committees and commissions for a variety of reasons, such as resignations, members moving out of Petaluma, and one unfortunate death that occurred recently. So special recruitment was open from January 14th to February 8th. We received about 25 applications for the 8 vacancies. There's one mistake on the resolution attached to the staff report that was brought to my attention. It shows 3 vacancies on the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. The staff report in the body of it is correct. There's only 2 vacancies. And I think I've clarified that with all of you, but just announcing that for the record. They're attached to the staff report. And at the beginning of this meeting, I asked all of the council members to send their preliminary recommendations for appointment to me by email. I've received all of those recommendations, but there are ties for 2 of the appointments. So I'm now going to ask you to email me your revised vote for the tiebreaker for those 2 positions. I'll put them up on the screen in just a moment. And while I await your reply, I think Mayor Barrett might be calling for a 5-minute recess. And then I can compile the results and come back, show them to you, and you can take action on the appointments. So the 2 ties that I'll be asking you to resubmit your votes for are the regular member seat on the Climate Action Commission and the 2023 term on the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. Like I said, I'm going to share in just a moment to make that clear to you.
So when you're saying the 2023, this is the partial seat.
Yes, there was one clear, somebody who received the most votes, and then these 2 people tied for the second most votes.
Okay.
And the 2 people for Climate Action Commission also tied. So if you can decide who you'd like to appoint for each of those 2 positions, email that to me directly, and then I will update my spreadsheet.
Mayor Barrett, don't we need to know who the other bicycle and pedestrian bicycle advisory committee person is?
I think that would be very helpful, given that we don't want to vote for that person.
Right.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. It's between, I would think that would be between these 2 because they received a tie of the second most votes, but the winner with the most votes is Pamela Asselmeyer.
Are you saying that our choice is either Nicole Camarda or Jerry Wilkinson? That's how this is set up.
Spreadsheet, but I think that'd be most fair because they tied with the second most number of votes.
And that's what we do when we're in person in the city hall. So for Climate Action Commission, you're going to vote for only Ann Edminster or Brent Newell, not anyone else who had submitted a name. And then for the Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee, you vote for Nicole Camarda or Jerry Wilkinson, not anyone else. These are the 2 that tied. Everybody else.
Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
Who got Planning Commission? Because one of these people applied for that as well.
Amy Ryder.
Okay. All right. So everybody fill this out, and we are now, as soon as, does everybody need to see this, or can you do this if we go to recess for 5 minutes? So not seeing.
Stop sharing now.
Okay. And so we'll have a 5-minute recess while we will be submitting our votes. Okay, thank you. I think we're still waiting for the Vice Mayor and Councilmember McDonald. Oh, they're both here. Okay, well, I think now we're waiting for the city manager. Okay, good. And Patrick, are you here?
I am, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and I'm not sure I see the city attorney. Oh, there you are. Oh, yes, I do see.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah,
It's okay.
it's not always easy to see everybody. Okay, so we are back from our recess, and I.
Sorry, did you pass it back to me? You cut out at the end there.
You hit your mute button, Madam Mayor.
I was going to pass it back to you to let us know how the voting has gone for all the positions.
I will share this spreadsheet here showing the voting for each position. For Climate Action Commission, Ann Edminster received the highest number of votes. For Climate Action Commission, the 2 youth member appointments, Raja and Catherine, received the highest number of votes. For Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee, 2 regular members, Pamela and Jerry, received the highest number of votes. As I mentioned before, Pamela initially had the highest number of votes. You guys can decide amongst yourselves, but I believe the highest number of votes would typically get the longest term, so her term would be the term expiring in 2024. And then Jerry won the tiebreaker for the second most number of votes, so his term would end 2023. Planning Commission, Amy Ryder received the highest number of votes. Tree Advisory Committee, Howard Formby received all of the votes. And for Youth Commission, we only had 1 applicant, Megan McClelland, and she received the highest number of votes. So the resolution, if you fill in the blanks, this is what it would look like here.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for that. Can I get someone to make a motion to accept the votes?
So move, Madam Mayor.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, okay, that was the Vice Mayor made the motion. Who would like to second it?
Kevin.
Kevin, okay, Councilmember McDonald seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Mayor, should we do public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Totally forgot about that. City Clerk, did you receive any public comment?
No public comment received prior to the meeting.
Thank you. And Patrick, do you want to do the open public comment here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be called on in turn. I'm looking to the attendees and I do not see any hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We will close public comment, and we have a motion by Barnacle and a second by McDonald, and we will have a roll call vote.
Eric?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King? Oh, sorry, he's gone now. McDonald?
Yes.
Kosake?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1, King absent.
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank everybody who did apply. We always are impressed by the good quality of people who apply. And I believe we will have openings again. Is that in June?
Yes, the appointments expire June 30th, so we'll start recruiting probably in May to appoint early June. The appointment will be effective July 1st.
Okay, fine. So please, if you are interested, please reapply. Thank you very much. And with that, we're moving on to the public hearing. And this is item 6A, a resolution approving a general plan amendment to modify policy 4P10, an introduction, the first reading of zoning text amendment to the implementing zoning ordinance and smart code to prohibit new gas station land use and enact new policy and regulations for zero emission vehicles. And I believe that we will be hearing from Heather Hines to kick this off, or are we going directly to Kevin Collins?
Well, I can do a quick introduction, Mayor, for those of you who are not familiar with Kevin Collin. Kevin worked with us here in Petaluma several years ago, took a brief break, and is back helping with some of the legislation that we are processing this year, and a lot of it specifically around the climate action that we are working on. So want to introduce Kevin and turn it over to him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm going to ask to share my screen here to get the PowerPoint up and going. Great. By way of overview for the staff report this evening, I will summarize the background, including the purpose of us being here related to a moratorium, our research and response to the moratorium, some discussion about climate change legislation before summarizing the proposed amendments as described by the mayor, concluding with our analysis, a summary of the Planning Commission action, and then our staff recommendation for you this evening. By way of background, in May of 2019, the Council established a moratorium on new gas station approvals and subsequently enacted 2 extensions to that moratorium, extending to a date of March 16, 2021. That date is the final date for this particular moratorium to be in effect. There is no possibility of extending it for the same reasons. In contemplating the purposes of the moratorium as it related to land use compatibility issues and thinking about gas stations in general, staff conducted an inventory of existing and approved stations in Petaluma and identified 16 existing operating gas stations within the city limits, as well as 1 existing approved but not yet built gas station. This map provided in the staff report identifies the location of all of these stations. And as you'll note, they are primarily located along arterials in town, including Washington, Petaluma Boulevard, Lakeville, as well as being in proximity to the US 101 highway. The color shading that you see on the slide, the purple color, it gets lighter and darker. That denotes essentially a 5-hour drive. If you drove at 25 miles an hour, take you about 2.1 miles from your home. There are multiple gas stations within a 5-minute drive of every residence that either exists in Petaluma or has been planned for under the 2025 general plan and either not approved and or built yet. As the color of the shade gets darker, there are more stations in proximity to a particular, or more homes in proximity to a particular station. So coming back to this background, in May of 2019, a moratorium was established, but coincidentally on that same night, a climate emergency was declared. And so what I've done here on the slide is sort of overlaid the moratorium actions with concurrent and later subsequent actions related to climate change. So we had an emergency declared on that same May 6, 2019 date. And then subsequently in September, the Climate Action Commission was established. And then more recently, in January 11 of this year, a climate emergency framework was adopted. In thinking about how staff was informing its research and potential recommendations in regard to the moratorium, a couple of key things we focused on. First was in the emergency declaration, there was a clear policy direction from the council to give precedence to climate mitigation and adaptation when evaluating policies, which was our purpose under that moratorium. And at that point in time, a carbon neutrality target of 2045. Now, most recently, that target has been updated to 2030. So given those local climate actions that have been taken, we couldn't think of that in isolation, but also in considering the subject matter, that being vehicles and their fuel source, and considering what at a state level has been either established as a target or regulatory efforts or other efforts to promote legislation or action on the topic of climate change. We focused in on zero emission vehicles in our research in trying to formulate potential regulations for your consideration. And noted here, there are various targets for advancing zero emission vehicles in terms of charging, fuel cell stations, as well as promoting the actual vehicles themselves. Now, in our research, there were 2 guidebooks which are very contemporary in terms of being 2019, 2020 on 2 subject matters that relate to how vehicles are fueled, as well as the state and their targets of different forms of fuel. And those were electric vehicle charging as well as hydrogen station. What I'll do briefly is touch on each of these. For electric vehicle charging, in our research, we noticed that AB 1236, adopted in 2015, sets forth a mandatory streamlined statewide review process where no discretionary permit may be required. And in looking at Petaluma zoning and the purpose of this moratorium, we didn't see any specific text that addressed that requirement. Although I should note that practice has not been to require a discretionary permit, but there was not a regulatory clarity in terms of the text. Secondly, another fuel source that we explored was hydrogen. We've given a little bit more discussion in the Planning Commission staff report and your report because it is a newer fuel source, perhaps lesser well known, certainly not as prevalent in the county or in the state as a whole. This guidebook the state provided in 2020 is a comprehensive how-to. It is a companion to state subsidies, and coincidentally, AB 8 is a requirement for the state to sort of give a status report on an annual basis for what is hydrogen fuel, where is it, what is the state's capacity for fueling, what's going on with standards and technology. And just for your information, in Sonoma County, the state presently identifies 0 hydrogen fuel cell cars. However, in looking and projecting to the future is identifying certain targets that we identified an opportunity for Petaluma to assist with, and that being in 2022, 1.18 of the overall fleet potentially being hydrogen, as well as increasing to 2026 to 2.15%. And as you might guess, hydrogen fuel cells are not currently addressed in Petaluma zoning. So transitioning here to recommendations. As mentioned in the introduction, staff's recommendation is to prohibit fossil fuel gas stations. And in terms of tiering up zoning and how that might be implemented, we identified policy 4P10. And this is in the general plan, which was identifying alternative fuels as being encouraged. And in our recommendation here, we're thinking of being explicit to prohibit fossil fuel and also add in direction about transitioning these stations to serve zero emission vehicles. So drilling down into how would that policy be implemented, we have a number of changes which are recommended, starting with the land use and permit tables. In the IZO, the gas station land use would be changed to not allowed. It would be a prohibited land use citywide wherever it was previously allowed. That is specific to retail gas sale business types. This is distinguished from other places of business which may have as an accessory use fuel which they either store or dispense to their personal business. An example could be the airport. It could be existing industrial or manufacturing uses that use fossil fuels. So those are not covered by the prohibition. And given that this gas stations have been a prevalent land use in multiple generations, we crafted specific non-conformity regulations to deal with how they might change over time. So with those 16 existing and 1 approved stations, there are specific provisions that we've crafted that would prohibit the expansion of any fuel selling or dispensing elements. So pumps and tanks are explicitly called out in zoning text as not permitted to expand. However, there are certain changes that we would anticipate to gas stations where we would like to accommodate physical changes to those stations. So situations of needing to address contamination by improving soil, groundwater, stormwater quality, we're proposing to allow those specifically. Additionally, if there were a traffic safety issue that needed to be addressed, we're calling that out specifically as an allowed change to an existing station. Thirdly, that any existing gas station would be specifically called out to have a battery charging station be a permitted change, as well as the incremental change for a hydrogen fuel cell to be integrated into an existing gas station. And then sort of more broadly, gas stations are often found in commercial zoning districts, is that those districts provide for commercial uses such as retail, service, and that those uses could be added to those sites as is already provided for under zoning. And then finally, that there be a discontinuation standard be established for gas stations such that if a station should stop selling gas for 12 months, that would be considered an abandoned land use that may not resume operations. So that was the prohibition element. The second element to our recommendation for new zoning standards is gets to this, well, how do we implement climate change in a regulatory sense for those zero emission vehicles that I mentioned earlier. And the first key change is to explicitly, as provided for by AB 1236, is that battery charging stations would be called out as a permitted accessory use citywide. And that would be in the clear black and white text of the code. And then secondly, that hydrogen fuel cell, which is commonly an addition to fossil fuel gas stations currently, that we acknowledge it as an accessory use, as those stations may change over time, but then also as a primary use, that should the fossil fuel in fact go away and an owner desire to have their station be hydrogen fuel cell only, that our zoning provide for that. The remainder of our recommendations here are to really provide definitions that help with the consistent implementation of these rules. For new definitions, including those for zero emission vehicles, what's supply equipment, as well as clearly distinguishing that a gas station, as defined in the code, sells fossil fuels. Our review of these proposed changes is that they are able to very much implement the city's target of 2030 carbon neutrality by directly addressing the major form of greenhouse gas emissions, that being from transportation sources. We're finding that there are ample gas stations in town, that they're adequate, that the zero emission vehicles regulations also are supportive of another existing policy, 4P8, where we have positive findings supporting those determinations, as well as an environmental review, which is robust in documenting the appropriateness of an exemption from CEQA. Now, most recently on January 26th, the Planning Commission considered these recommendations and by a 5-to-1 vote recommends approval. They had some comments with regard to the continuation of a use. Should there be a remodel that may be happening on site, so that land use abandonment provision has changed between the commission and council hearings to provide for the planning director or manager to continue, consider the use and continuing an operation should there be a valid and diligently pursued building permit for a remodel, that it would not be considered abandoned. Finally, at the commission meeting, we had no speakers and one letter from Representative of Safeway. So with that, Mayor, I'll conclude that as you announced at the beginning, our recommendation is to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve all of those recommended actions. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And you might want to keep that up because that is the action that we're looking for.
Sure.
Heather, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just do want to, for the record, note that we did receive one public comment letter today, this late afternoon, early evening, from Safeway. There were some concerns about noticing. Staff has verified that the public notice that went out for this item met all legal requirements for the notice. It also made some comments about the CEQA findings, and although we did get it late in the day, staff and the city attorney's office have reviewed that and feel that the CEQA findings that were made and discussed in the report are adequate for this item. And Eric, if there's anything you would like to add to that, please do.
Thanks, Heather. Council members, I did review the letter, and there were probably, looks like about 8 quick points I would make concerning it. When it's an appropriate time to do that, because I suspect the council had little time to review it like staff did, and it may be helpful to have those remarks. And I also wanted to mention in communication with Heather and Kevin, when it comes time to consider the action on the legislation itself, I do have a couple edits I'd like to suggest orally to the amendments that are proposed for the implementing zoning ordinance to chapter 22. When we also get to that point, I'll be happy to share those. Thank you.
So Eric, perhaps now would be a good time for you to mention those points that you wanted to mention in regard to the Safeway letter. Because I did read it and it did make me wonder whether, what the validity of some of those claims were. So I think other council members may also have that question. So could you please weigh in on that part of it right now?
I'd be happy to, Madam Mayor. Thank you. So I'll just go down through the letter in order. It raises regarding public notice. It notes that the display ad in the Argus was published several pages after the public notice section. That's not legally relevant, and that's not a defect in the notice. I wanted to mention. It also notes that that the notice did not include some reliance or some reference that's in the record to CEQA exemptions. However, there's no legal requirement that I'm aware of, and they've cited to none, that the notice of the hearing when what's under consideration is a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment, as in this case, even has to give any notice of CEQA exemptions. So I don't think that's a relevant exemption either, or a relevant objection. On page 2, the second paragraph argues that that there's a potential for significant environmental impacts resulting from displacement of gas station uses to outside the city. But I'd like to suggest that I think that's speculative. There are facts in the record that staff have provided that every single residence in the city is within at least one, if not more, gas stations within a 5-minute drive from that residence. But there's no facts that have been placed in the record that I see in the record that suggest displacement would result on these facts of that many available stations as a result of the proposed action. In the next paragraph in the same page, there's an assertion that the city can't rely on some specified exemptions under the guidelines in section 15301, 15303, 15304, 15307, and 15308. Because existing sites in the city, existing gas station sites, may be on the Cortesia list of prior contamination sites. No authority is given for that. and I'm not aware of any. Not only that, more substantively, this project is not. This project is citywide regulation regarding the permissibility of gas station uses that actually makes the existing ones legal non-conforming uses. So I think it's important to recognize the difference between that and asserting CEQA exemptions for sites themselves that may be on the Cortesia list. Then the next paragraph discusses, as if it's support for that contention, legislation that has not even been adopted, AB 2323, that's still in committee. So that really doesn't provide authority for that contention. Just two more points to mention. The top paragraph on page 3 raises the issue that there haven't been workshops to discuss impacts of the proposed regulations, but as the council is aware, but to make sure everyone is, this, as staff noted in their presentation, was before the Planning Commission, as is required to be because of the general plan amendment and zoning code amendments, and as our zoning code and the law require. So this is the second time it's coming before a decision-making body of the city. And finally, the closing paragraph seems to be arguing that the proposed action is inconsistent with the general plan, but it's a general plan amendment, and it's offered inconsistent in a way that's consistent with our requirements in the law. So I don't understand that argument that that clearly the whole purpose of this action would be to amend it to provide for gas station uses no longer being permitted and creating the existing uses and the one approved and not developed use as legal non-conforming. So I don't think that's a meritorious argument. So anyway, that concludes what I wanted to raise. That I see in the letter, in case that's helpful to the council that may not have had a lot of time to review it before tonight's meeting. Thank you
very much for that. I appreciate that. Okay, so Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I'm fine with the bulk of this. I understand the need to move forward tonight because we can't extend the temporary moratorium any further. The one part that's giving me pause is the hydrogen piece. I think maybe I'm just not familiar with it, but I think some members of the community would think hydrogen fuel cars would be kind of like the Hindenburg with wheels. And some of our existing gas stations directly adjoin residential neighborhoods. And I'm not sure that would be an appropriate thing to have, at least without more research in those locations. And this is a question, I guess, for staff, would this action tie our hands in reviewing the appropriateness of hydrogen fueling stations at existing gas stations, or would it just say you're permitted to do it and we get ourselves back into another Safeway situation?
So as recommended, Councilmember Healy, it would be a permitted use. It would not, for example, be a conditional use. The purpose of that recommendation to have it permitted is to really to facilitate the alternate fuel source. In the materials we provided, it is understandably, for lack of a better term, it has a stigma attached to it from an event that occurred many years ago. However, there is ample evidence that it is a safe technology, a fuel source that can be delivered into a receptacle, a tank at a property, as well as delivered into a vehicle by a retail customer in the same format. But I understand there may be an education component there that's challenging. But our recommendation is it's permitted tonight.
I would ask the council to consider making that a conditionally permitted use so that the neighborhoods could weigh in, as they were not able to on the Safeway gas station, and the Planning Commission and the council, if necessary, make that decision. But, you know, we got ourselves into a horrible box by having gas stations as a principally permitted use in certain zonings. And that's kind of driving this whole train right now. So I would strongly prefer that hydrogen fueling be a conditionally permitted use in the future on existing gas station sites. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I want to ask staff, do you see any problem with, or maybe the city attorney, with making hydrogen fueling a conditional use?
I do not, because the statutory streamlining that the proposed action would implement is for charging stations. And unless staff
I
have
agree.
concerns that I'm missing.
No, I agree
has
with
that
you,
up.
Eric. That's a relatively easy modification to make hydrogen a conditional use permit.
Yes.
Thank you. I would actually support Mr. Healy's suggestion on that. So with that, I'll move to City Council Member Fisher.
So on that question for staff, as I understand it, hydrogen is nothing like fossil fuels. So I guess the question is there a real reason to have it conditionally permitted? I understand that the infrastructure that's required and the fuel itself would not in any way impact an adjacent residential neighbor. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I could elaborate just a little bit in terms of what I guess my internal deliberation was in thinking about presenting this recommendation up in terms of hydrogen. It fuels a zero emission vehicle, in thinking about what was the origin of the moratorium and the land use compatibility issues and concerns about air quality. That with hydrogen, that situation would be absent. So that's, I guess, in terms of the moratorium's purpose in thinking about hydrogen, we saw it as functionally dovetailing into a land use that would be prohibited, but is coincidentally the transition point in California where this is occurring now for the integration of hydrogen, the circulation patterns, the familiarity of pulling up to a pump for the same basic purpose. It all seemed to coincide, but again, deferring to the council on where you take this.
Well, Kevin, is there, because I think the issue Councilmember Healy raised was sort of this potential safety issue and the issues that we experienced before of it being a by right use, but also, and I don't know, I mean, we all know the history of the, some of the, safety problems related to hydrogen when it was used for dirigibles. And it's relatively new technology for vehicles, as the record shows in your report. And some of the concerns that the community members voiced about gas station uses were very much focused on gas emissions and impacts on sensitive receptors, kids and teachers and workers and residents. And I just don't know factually, what we know about what the facts are about hydrogen with respect to those kind of concerns. And I don't know if you can answer that, or if one way to address that while more information may be being developed about that is in fact to have a CUP approach like Councilmember Healy suggested. So I don't know if there's more information we can put in the record or that we know about safety.
I have not in my research encountered information that identifies hydrogen fuel cell stations emitting emissions that are harmful to health in the same way that fossil fuels are through toxic air contaminants, for example, or through the exhaust, which is the combustion byproduct of that. Primarily, what I found in my research is in the fire prevention sense is a kind of an unfamiliar area. Is hydrogen going to explode like the Hindenburg? And the answer is now not exactly. And in fact, if you consider the safety differences, it's not more dangerous than a fossil fuel tank of gasoline in a car. There are different firefighting approaches, but there are uniform code standards that are applicable that can be used to, of course, mitigate and minimize any danger that might be present.
Thank you, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. If there aren't any other comments by council members, I would like to go to public comment. And so I'll ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on this issue.
Mayor Barrett, we have 4 public comments that we received prior to the meeting posted to the website with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask our moderator, this is a public hearing, so I would like to open the public hearing and ask our moderator to see if there's any public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I see a number of hands up, so I will share my screen. I'm going to take it over from Kevin, no offense, and call on our first speaker, who is Woody Hastings, followed by Josh Simmons. Woody, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Woody Hastings. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here tonight to speak in support of your yes vote on adopting the prohibition. And I'm here, I live in unincorporated Sonoma County between Petaluma and Sebastopol. I'm here tonight on behalf of the coalition opposing new gas stations. It really is a coalition. We have over 1,000 people on our master contact list, about 100 people on our listserv, and about 15 Sonoma County-based organizations that are part of our coalition. I'd say about probably between 150 and 200 of our contacts are Petaluma folks. Anyway, the prohibition is in alignment with state policy of carbon neutrality in about 20 years, and with your own local climate emergency framework policy. So bottom line, we need to stop pouring fuel on the fire and fully support the prohibition. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Next speaker is Josh Simmons, followed by Mark Mortensen. Josh, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, thank you. This is fantastic. I'm so grateful to see this coming for City Council. There's one very narrow comment I want to make. In the installation of chargers, in many places we see Tesla chargers dominating, often because they're subsidizing it or whatever the case may be. There's a data point that I want to put on your minds, that low-cost used electric vehicles that use open standard charging connectors start at about $8,000. Used Teslas start at about $35,000. So I just want to make sure that as sort of this gets implemented going forward, that's something that we keep our eyes on, that we need to make sure that we're not favoring one company in terms of the infrastructure we're building out. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh. Next speaker is Mark Mortensen, followed by Rebecca Carpenter. Mark, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, yes, good evening again. I was almost going to say good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to talk, and I'm going to keep my comments short because it's really late and you guys got to get out of there. I just wanted to say I support the adoption of the resolution to ban new gas stations in the city, and also to enhance the infrastructure to support the increased use of EVs. Once again, Petaluma is demonstrating its leadership if it goes forth on this in addressing the climate crisis. What is it, 16 gas stations in the city limits? No, doesn't seem to be a real need for additional stations. And so this ban would be an opportunity to begin to move away from fossil fuel vehicles. And with the climate crisis that we're living in, demands of like it demands bold actions like what you're contemplating. Petaluma's efforts could be and should be the model for actions in other jurisdictions in our county, and hopefully even beyond. So thank you for working the late hours and for all that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments, Mark. Next speaker is Rebecca Carpenter. Rebecca, you can unmute yourself and begin speaking.
I just want to thank everyone who's worked on this. It's wonderful, and it's going to prevent some other outside company to build another gas station next to a school. So you're really helping the children, and I appreciate that so much. I would hope that the council members would vote yes on this. It's something we really need, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next speaker is Rick Dusty. Rick, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I would just make a quick comment supporting Councilman Healy's suggestion that we make it a conditional use permit for hydrogen. I could be wrong, but I believe hydrogen is under pressure. It's also still new technology, and it's much easier to conditionally improve it than to have it open approved and then have to come back later and try to change the regulation, because we find out that there's issues with hydrogen and the residential neighbors. So I would support making that a conditional approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. And Madam Mayor, I see no other hands raised, so I'll turn it back to you to close the public hearing.
Thank you very much, and I will close the public comment on the public hearing and bring it back to the council. And I will say that in my position as a director on the Air District, there's been much more forward motion on electric vehicles than there has been on hydrogen vehicles. And part of it is about the technology. Part of it is probably there's some negativity attached to it. But I really do think that Mr. Healy's suggestion of the conditional use permit is an act of caution that I think really would serve our community well. It may be that there is no issue, and then that's easily addressed. But until we know that for certain, and since this is such a nascent technology, I really would like to see us err on the side of caution. So that's my comment, and I will turn it over to Councilwoman Fisher.
Well, I guess I'm just not cautious. And I want to offer the staff. Kevin said that it was a coincidence that the moratorium on gas stations and the climate emergency came on the same night on May 6th. And it's actually not a coincidence, because I asked for both those items to be put on the agenda for that evening, and they were both approved that night. So with that, I think that the goal here is to move away from fossil fuels and to make it as easy as possible to do that. And right now we have existing fossil fuel stations. What we're encouraging in them and wanting them to do is to add EV chargers and to create another source of fueling that people can use. And given that they're already there, I would suggest that, I understand the need for caution, particularly at midnight, but I just think that this is something we do want to encourage, and I just don't see the downside, or I don't see how we would condition a change from a gas tank to hydrogen that isn't already there. I don't know what those conditions would be that we would have to put somebody through a conditional use permit process.
Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the comment from Josh Simons about open standards. Great appointment to the Technology Advisory Committee for that reason. So if there's something we can add to it for something around that, or whether it's just something we need to monitor and maybe come back with, I think it is important to make sure that all of the parking spaces at our gas stations are not taken up by Teslas, and we are facilitating open standards where we can. On the CUP versus non-CUP, I'm indifferent. I hear what Councilmember Fisher is saying, and I agree with it. I also feel like this is a nascent technology, and it would be good to have a little bit of extra oversight. But I'm kind of going to go with the wind and probably vote yes on anything, because I'm just excited and honored to be outlawing gas stations in Petaluma. You know, yeah, I would kind of lean towards the CUP probably too.
Thank you. And Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it go this path and finally get to this day. And I would go with the CUP. And regarding the different standards for charging, I posted that article on my website, and we have to solve that issue. It's the old beta VCR. Somebody's going to come out ahead in the end. At least we need an adapter between the two, which is the trouble. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, you mentioned that you needed to suggest some additional wording for the text amendment to the IZO for Chapter 22. And it sounds to me like we have a majority that would like to go with a conditional use permit for hydrogen fueling. So would you like to work on that so we can get someone to make a motion?
Well, I'd like to consult with my planning colleagues, but I think that's something that we can just address in the permitted use tables. And the language I would like to propose is separate from that. But Heather or Kevin, would you like to confirm whether I'm?
No, I agree. I think if the motion just specifies when we bring it back for the second reading, we will modify those use tables accordingly.
So I think we already have enough direction to have the
Okay.
ordinances as introduced to require CUP for the hydrogen fueling uses. So if that's a satisfactory answer, Madam Mayor, would you like me to give my suggestions to the wording now, or wait?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be glad to. Thank you. So, council members, if you want to look on, this is in attachment 2, Exhibit 1, page 22-1. It's the amendments to Chapter 22, the non-conforming use text. So, my first suggested revision is the introductory text immediately after the title for section 22.030, that it be revised to read as follows: except as otherwise provided in section 22.035, non-conforming uses and structures shall be subject to the following regulations. So slight revision there. And then at the end of the new section 22.035 that's been provided in paragraph J, I'd like to suggest that paragraph J be revised to read as follows, and then the title even would change a little bit. So that would read: applicability of section 22.030 requirements to fueling stations / gas station uses and structures, period. Paragraphs C, F, and G of section 22.030 also apply to fueling stations / gas station uses and structures regulated pursuant to this section, period. The requirements of paragraphs A, B, D, and E of section 22.030 do not apply. Oh, I'm sorry, there should be a 2. Do not apply to fueling stations / gas station uses and structures regulated pursuant to this section, period. So those are my suggested edits. If council has questions, happy to address them. I think those are clarifying edits really to make sure there's not a conflict between those, and it's clear what applies and doesn't apply regarding fuel station. Thank you.
Thank you for those clarifications. And is there someone who would like to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, there's a motion, and this is for the resolution for a general plan amendment, draft ordinance amendment for the IZO with the changes to chapter 22 as outlined by the city attorney, and the draft ordinance amendment for the smart code. Is there a second?
I'll make the second.
And that's okay. The motion by Healy, second by McDonald. Roll call vote, please.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosaka.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1 with King absent.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks staff for all the work that was done on this. We certainly appreciate it. Welcome back, Kevin. And thank you also to Councilmember Fisher for spearheading this effort. So we absolutely appreciate that leadership. So with that, we are closing the public hearing, and we are adjourning our meeting at 12:11. So thank you very much, everybody, for all your work tonight.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Night.
Good night, all. Thank you.